WNBA playoffs, presented by Google. Skitty.
There's a person in front, so I need to find a way to overtake them.
A live look
now I'm side
in
by
Cincinnati,
side. I went
where
wide,
after
so I can
a
get on
touchdown
the inside of the ramp.
from Zach Moss, it all comes down to an onside
about
kick.
apexes and going on the straights, tucking her head to give some DRS.
A hard hit.
And
It
lean
looks like
forward to human
Washington is
DRS.
able to secure it.
She's cool.
Cincinnati
isn't
has
she?
just one timeout,
The
so
impact
that
that given from the program is like more courage,
means Washington
more
will go on the
confidence,
road and
more
grab a
knowledge.
I really want to be an
big-time
F1
victory.
driver. Woo!
we'll let them adjudicate this situation with the flag.
Oh, we should check that
ACT
now.
word.
It's yellow lights, and you know what that means.
Adjudicate.
Oh, that was
They
amazing.
didn't teach me that one at LSU.
We're seeing that parents are being really
Nope, not the
supportive
man.
and
To
getting
receive the
behind them,
catch.
obviously
Kicking
helping
team
them to
number
travel
80.
to venues, and
That
that's really
5-yard
great
penalty
to
is
see.
added to the
We
end
joined
of
the
the play. It's
program
first
without
down.
any expectation.
Please reset the
Day
game
one,
clock
they
to
were like
39
novice.
seconds.
By end of
39 on the game
program,
clock,
she was
please.
like very confident, very professional.
So just one timeout as Washington takes over as they handle the onside kick try, and it was Zacchaeus who got it done.
Yeah, there's, you know,
After
obviously
the
there's a lot
race, they
of people
congratulate each
to
other, they do a fist bump.
praise on the
Really,
Washington
that's really
side
what
for coming in
kids are
here and winning
learning.
this
It's
game.
like
On the other
super.
hand, for Cincinnati, a tough loss last week at Arrowhead.
And I told
Came
them,
in
like,
optimistic. They'd been in this position before, and yet they leave this game with more questions than they ever thought they were going to
The Grand
have.
Prix debut of Leila Lombardi.
Bengals go to 0-3, Commanders to 2-1. McLaurin, a big night.
Does feel
And
like
in
the
this
next
meeting
one isn't
of
that
two
far away.
former LSU Tiger quarterbacks, both Heisman Trophy winners, it's Jaden Daniels who ends up on top, and a big win for Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders tonight. And this, believe it or not,
so
is the
great to
first
see
game
you
since
again. How have you been?
1940 with no
I've been really good.
turnovers
It's been
or
a few
punts.
years of intense racing and
What a
finally
night for
getting a
number
chance
5.
to race in my home track.
It must be quite a big deal for you to be racing here locally in front of your home crowd.
I mean, I've kind of had two worlds in terms of racing.
What a night for Washington.
I'm living
They
here in
get the
Saudi, I
road
grew up
dub.
here in Saudi,
Full
and then I
post-game
went off to the
reaction
UK to
from that
learn,
one?
you know, the craft
Overall, I
and
did.
get involved in
ESPN,
racing, and
I say
it was
over,
two
we're
separate
here
things
on
really. So
ESPN.
this is the first time I'm going to be able to share
Bringing you
this
that,
with,
Ryan Clark is
you know, my home
alongside,
crowd,
visiting Joe
my
and
family,
Troy
my
as
friends.
well.
Some people have never seen me race before, so
will bring you that
for me
post-game
is
right
just
after this.
such a big moment, and I mean, it's a pinch me moment, and I'm just really looking forward to it.
What are your ambitions for motorsport in Saudi, and how would you like to see it evolve over the next few years?
Motorsport in Saudi is still quite a new thing in the sense of circuit racing. We have a very big rally culture, and you know, people. Actually, when I first started, people would ask me, "Oh, you know, are you the rally driver?" It's so new, and
it's time to
thankfully
stop
with
treating
F1
your
here,
groins like
it's
junk.
2021.
Presenting the intimate
People now
pubic hair
are
trimmer from Gillette.
becoming super
It's not
fans, are
junk, so
understanding
treat
the
it
sport,
right with a
and it's
gentle
still in
and
its
easy shave
infancy
from
in terms
America's
of,
#1
you know,
trusted men's grooming
infrastructure
brand.
and getting people
Respect your pubic region
in
with
cars.
Gillette Intimate.
And I think right now it's still the beginning, but what I hope to see is, you know, more Saudis participating in the sport, more interest, more, you know, just Arabs, let's say, in the paddocks, and you know, like you said, unfortunately right now I'm still quite a minority, and not just being a Saudi, but being a female, and I think for both of those things, I would like to see them change over time.
You've been racing GTs for the last year. How long has it been since you last raced Formula Car?
I want to say it's been 3 years. Yeah, so
That's a long time. I mean, your habits fully change. The way you apply the brake, your steering input, downforce, all of that is very different. So how do you feel? How prepared do you feel going into
doubles your cash I have to say it was very strange to begin with, like
You earn, we
being
match.
in a car with like
Unlimited
no
cashback
mechanical
match.
assist, you
Gatorade,
know, putting
the
everything
world's
back
most
to
superior
your
sports
own
drink,
inputs,
designed
really.
to
And
rehydrate,
in the beginning, I was struggling
replenish,
with my
and
brakes. I was like, okay, how aggressive can I be? How
It fuels the
smooth am
best
I meant to be? So it's
because
really
it
like
is the
relearning how to drive this
Is it
car,
in you?
and thankfully I've had the time to do that. So I feel prepared for the weekend.
Okay, well, Rima, thank you so much for your time. It's lovely to see you again, and we'll definitely be watching and crossing our fingers for you out there.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to see you again after so long, and I hope you enjoy your time in
Welcome to the
Jeddah.
best season of the year. Football. Welcome to the comebacks, the stars, the exclusives, the
Fernando, it's good to see you.
comedy.
Just
the best
explain
booth
to
in the
us
game.
why we're
Is that a
here
new time?
today.
Sure
We
is.
are
Welcome
in
to a
Riyadh,
dynasty in the making.
we are
A
here
sibling
because
rivalry for the
we
ages.
drive the Formula 1 car
Welcome
in the
to the
streets of
2024
Riyadh,
NFL
and I think it's
season.
an incredible event. If we think
What
that a few
are
years
you
ago
doing?
we
Seriously?
could not drive in the normal streets, and now we have a female
These
driver
are my buttons.
with the Formula 1
Only
car,
I
with the
press
fastest
these
cars in
buttons.
the world in Riyadh.
It's a massive step forward. I think it just shows how far we've come in the last few years. What a great place to be doing it. I think it's
Legends
important
collide.
that this event that we're here for it stands for a lot.
Titans clash.
We're here for a reason. We're trying to make change within the sport.
Julian Alvarez and Kylian Mbappe make their derby debut.
And derby, a capital rivalry.
A match that defines the city.
You have a genuine
Sunday, Atletico
passion,
de
don't you,
Madrid,
for nurturing
Real
talent.
Madrid
You've
on
done it with your party,
ESPN+.
you've got your A14 management now as well. Why is it so important to you?
When I was a kid, I was okay in karting, I was fast and I was driving and I was winning, but I never had too many opportunities. Maybe Spain was not also a country with a lot of traditions.
There's an emergency. We need you.
Once I had the possibility to create a facility in Spain with a go-kart circuit, with my own go-kart chassis.
You're gonna be okay.
And also the knowledge about racing that I accumulate over the years, I could guide a little bit, some future talented guys and women that they can have the opportunity that, if they have the talent, at least they have everything ready, or my experience can help future generations. Because I think when you dream something and when you have a passion for something, that extra help from someone else is very welcome, and I try to help as much as I can, especially with karting, as you said.
You're the only driver ever who's scored points in 20 different Formula One seasons. What would you like your legacy to be?
Sport in general
Welcome to the Monday Night Football post-game show.
It's not very friendly when you retire.
Nationwide.
Once you stop.
Week 3 is in the books in the National Football League. A pair of teams who had postseason aspirations fall to 0-3 tonight.
Which is normal.
Massive performances by the winning quarterbacks. Josh Allen in Buffalo, who makes a bit of history there. We will tell you about that in a moment.
In my case, I
and
would
Jaden
love
Daniels, a tremendous performance.
To have some kind of
Washington
legacy
is ready to go
with the
completely
team,
bananas
in the
as
memory
they
of
knock
the
off
fan at
Cincinnati.
home,
His
that,
top target, Terry McLaurin, is going to join us on the show in just a little bit. Cincinnati at home off that close loss to Kansas City. Had to have this game, taking on a rookie, bright lights
and my own motivation.
at the NFL level anyway for the first time. You figure advantage Bengals and they come right But I wrote down some things you wrote tonight that have folks there just over the moon.
But
you spoke of his poise, you spoke of his growth, and you called it rare. If you saw evidence of that tonight, are there specific things you'd point to that are illustrations of that poise and that growth?
In my hotel room.
Oh my gosh! I mean, you called it on the highlight reel. The game's on the line, and they put the ball in his hands. They did not try to protect him. He knew exactly what the situations were, key moments.
Now you had a few adventures on the first lap. You went wide a couple of times.
He made a big throw there at the end.
Some other cars.
I mean, just did a lot of good stuff. I commented to Joe before we just came on the air with you that he just woke up Washington Nation. I mean, I spent time there at RFK and FedEx Field as a player. I know what those fans can bring. I know what a home field advantage that they had for so many years, and it's been a long time. And I feel bad for those suffering fans, but I can only imagine if you were a Washington Redskins fan, a Washington Commanders fan, and you're watching this game.
You had a great line in turn 13.
You don't want to anoint anybody right away,
gaining on a lot of people.
I thought coming into this game that he had some intangibles, and he certainly has the athletic ability and all the things that you look for, but his intangibles, I thought, could take him over the top, and I really like him, and I think he's going to have a fantastic career.
So then you come up behind
what I witnessed tonight, time will tell, but I would be really shocked, and I'm happy for Washington fans who have been suffering for as long as they have.
Yeah, it did take a while. You know, the house is very quick in the
We've only been doing this for a few years, but you guys know my MO. Try to be reasonable. Try not to overreact. But this is a really difficult night if you're a Washington fan, not to just in week 3 completely lose your mind, because Troy, and Joe, both of you, there's not a casualness, but a calm about it. You pointed it out, smiling on the sidelines. It just doesn't feel like moments are big, and they don't get much bigger than this. You're facing a desperate team, but his ability to just completely diffuse all that is really interesting to me. What do you make of it?
It was pretty impressive.
There's no question.
Then you had
there is a time
Lewis
in every organization that I think you can point to when you've been struggling the way that this organization has. You can point to and say, you know, that was the game. We didn't realize it maybe at the time, but that was the game that kind of got us going. It is early. I mean, we're talking about week 3, like Joe said. This could very well be that game, but I hate to just put it all on Jaden Daniels, although he's a big part of the story here tonight. I thought Cliff Kingsbury was fantastic. I thought, Dan Quinn preparing this team to come in here to Cincinnati with a team that had their backs against the wall, a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. And has done what this organization has done. I don't think you can overstate what this win means.
Yeah, gentlemen, Terry McLaurin is standing by, and Joe, I know if I went to ask you one, you'd say go to him. You give me the wave.
Incredible
appreciate you, gentlemen. Look forward to talking next Monday night. All right, travel safely, gents.
All right, especially from the British guys. That was really nice.
We take a look at the best completion percentage by a rookie.
I need to go for it.
91% on a Monday night against a team that was desperate to get a victory. Lou Anarumo's defense, they can make it difficult on you. He was 21 of 23, and that's just a tad better than Dak in 2016 and Gardner Minshew as well. And Terry McLaurin has thrown on the headset. And Terry, hey, it's Scott.
I'm going to guess a lot.
Man, it's hard not to smile for Washington fans tonight. You came into our studios in D.C., and you shared with me how it felt different. And it was just mini camp. And I told you then, it's easy to talk about how the energy is going to change, because it always does with new people. But a night like tonight, and you're squarely in the middle of it, what does it do for this team, Terry?
Yeah. This is Russ. Say hello to Russ.
I think it's a momentum shift for us. Honestly, to stack 2 wins in a row like that, division opponent last week, and to come on a road against a playoff team who has playoff caliber players, it was huge for us to come on the road and get this win. And I believe the guys in this locker room believe that we can get this win, and I think it came from the energy that we had in practice. We had our best week of practice this week. Last week it wasn't our best, but we knew this week we had to put a great week of practice together, and that's what we did. And so we came out here, and we really made plays when we had to make plays, and Dan, it's a good feeling, I'm telling you.
That's exactly how we like it.
I have to imagine it is, and you played such an enormous part. That first one, the 55-yarder, is a perfect throw, and so's that 3rd and 7 touchdown that in a sense seals this game. He gets blasted on that, Terry. He knew he was going to take a hit. He's not the biggest dude. I was out at the park last week. I'm like, wow, he's kind of lean. But how? Explain to me that throw. And could it have been any better?
No. Man, the people want to talk about his size, but they don't want to talk about his heart and his toughness and his poise that he has, and that you find that inside his rib cage.
I mean, there's no way that Vegemite is better than Marmite.
It's unbelievable. And going into that play, I went over to the sideline. I told Cliff, put me into the boundary and let me run a go route for the game. And Jaden was down with that call. And for him to stand back there, give me enough time, because if we got pressed, we wanted to go route. But once he was off, I was like, I got to give him a little double move or something.
Didn't get a ticket.
Just to give him enough time to get off my route. And Jaden stuck in there like a grown man and threw enough air on it for me to track it. I just want to try to use late hands and get my feet in to win the game. So
have you ever peed in the car?
I'm just trying to be patient, continue to work, and I think a game like this is really going to spearhead us going into this week coming up, because we're starting to put it together offensively, scoring in the red zone, running the ball well, hitting explosive plays. That's what you got to continue to build on if you want to be good in this league. So for him to come out here on his first primetime game with the game on the line to give me a chance to help win the game, I can't thank my teammates enough, and I'm just so appreciative of God putting me in this situation, allow me to stay patient and come through for my teammates.
Amen to all of that. Cliff shows faith in you, and you guys both deliver. I'll just close with this, because again, when I was out at the park, I asked Jaden just how much of the history he knows. This is a young man. He was born long after Super Bowls were won. But you know that all of the DMV is listening to you right now, and you know how ecstatic they are. What's your message to them, to those fans that have just been looking for a reason, looking for an on-ramp to want to come back and buy in? What's your message to all those fans right now?
Yeah, I agree. I was in your cricket team and we thrashed it.
Continue to support us. I think we got the right people in place, right people in the building. More importantly, we got toughness in the building. We got a will to win. We got determination, and we got a team that's not going to quit. We got guys who want to be tough in practice, going to be tough on the field, and when the game's on the line, you want guys that are going to want to make the plays to win the game, and I think we have that. So I'm excited to be in the DMV right now, man. It's an exciting time to be a Commander fan, and just want them to continue to support us. But it's on us.
Would you
enjoying this win, getting back on the road this week, and going against a good Arizona team? So now it's about continuing to stack it, getting better, and it's exciting to be a Commander right now.
Well, congratulations. I'll make sure my message to Cliff is throw the ball to 17. You know that's what everybody wants to see happen. Big things happened tonight when you did, huh?
More difficult.
Is Max the best driver on the grid?
We talked about it in studio, man, so it's just cool to see that manifest out here on the field. And it seems like every time you're around, I have a good game. So it's good to talk to you, man. And hopefully I can get to come in the studio and hang out with you again. I appreciate you.
Well, you know where we are. We're just sitting there with nothing else to do. Travel safely home. Congratulations, Terry, on a tremendous night. I appreciate you, man.
I mean, the sun's out, but we're battling a few elements.
I appreciate you, Scott. Have a good one.
Yeah,
we are. It's
4 grabs, 100 yards, and a touchdown from McClure.
Well, yesterday was better.
Career
yesterday was really
game.
warm.
And you see just a bit more perspective. And it's easy to point out that Daniels has thrown the ball
very choppy out there to
and
get on
sideways a lot. The first couple of weeks took some deep shots in this one. He's hitting 80% of his passes this season, the second highest through a player's first 3 games of the season in NFL history, trailing only Drew Brees, who was as efficient as anybody. That was 2018.
Race series. That's
the GOAT himself. That's Tom Brady.
It's been a tough start to the season. Tell me where you're at, where your head's at, what your feelings are about this car,
his team
and how
desperately needed to get a victory.
So firstly, where my head's at, my head's good.
His thoughts on the 0
I think it's simple. Like if I cover the first 2 races very quickly,
he'll be breaking
honestly,
down.
I think Bahrain.
You got a lot to choose
at least
from,
qualifying
man.
in that.
It
is very important qualifying. I put my hand up. I didn't do a great job.
LSU.
I obviously could have qualified further up the grid. I didn't. I was 14, so that was on me.
We're be insufferable because I grew up in Washington. I rooted for that team, and you were
definitely less
and it's their night.
I can say that honestly. We had some things going on with the car that weren't performing the way they should have. So that was that. And it's something I never really want to. You know, it's like, I know obviously what it is, and I know deep down, I see all the data, I see everything, but I'm also trying not to be the guy that's always like, oh yeah, we had this, we had that, because at some point people are always just making excuses. But that's the honest picture of the first 2 races.
Is so much more than a great insurance
coming
company.
Into Melbourne,
they're one of America's
I want to come
largest
out here
financial
and
services
fix them
companies
up. I want to go and
just like
do
I'm
well
so
and
much more
do a qualifying lap that I'm obviously happy with, and then finish the job on a Sunday.
It's lovely, Peyton.
So my head's clear.
Did you say
it's not like, oh, it's been
Peyton?
a really bad start to the year. Like, it hasn't been amazing, but it's not for reasons unknown or because, oh, I'm lacking confidence or anything. It's just
great work.
Thank you.
It just is.
For your insurance and
but it's only 2
financial
races,
needs,
so we have plenty of time to get it right.
is on your side.
The cars are right. It's like it's close. It's competitive, and I say it's all right. Like, of course, we want more out of it, but
Is it good enough to qualify in Q3? I think with a good lap it is. So that's what we got to do. But it's not easy right now, but the car is fine, it's balanced, and if it produces everything that it should, then we can do it.
Around here this weekend, what can you hope for?
Q3 and then points. That's what I can hope for.
Got the car to do it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
The Bush guy.
It's, as I said, like, it's close, but do I believe I can, and do I go into the weekend with the mindset of, yes, we're Q3 and points? Absolutely.
Just funny, do you treat this race any differently? Because in the past, I know it's been, it's your home race, everyone builds it up, you then do a load of media, then you don't want to do so much media because you want to be able to concentrate and get a good result. And it's not been the kindest of places to you. So do you always have to shut that out and go, it's another race? I've got to treat it as another race.
Yeah, and I think that starts with the way we manage the week, you know, and I think we used to manage it
and it's good to be
like it was the home race and like it was a big thing, and you know, there were so many times I was just fried by the time I had to go and race, and yes, like you do draw some more energy from a home crowd, like there is that little bit you get back, but there was a lot of times where I felt like I was just not doing it right, and yeah, we manage it differently now, and it's better, and it feels a bit more like a normal week. And I think also me just being conscious, like not getting drawn into the media stuff. And yeah, like they always want to ask a bit more, do this or do that, and it's just I got to focus on what I'm here for. And I always try to give time to the media, but it's also not why I'm here. I'm here to race, and it's also what I want to do mostly is race. So it's just prioritizing and seared. You get to a point as well in your career where people will understand, and if they don't, okay, I can't help you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Listen, we wish you all the best this weekend. And bring some Aussie sunshine and some nice weather for it.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit better. I mean, it's risky saying that in Melbourne. It can do anything, but it looks like it'll be better.
In this game, as Washington pulls off the stunner, Ryan
very happy to be here, ready to go.
And of course, we have a new addition to Bad Beats. And after a couple of lean weeks, there's just a buffet, and it's open and it's foul, repugnant, nasty nonsense.
Only has to keep going to be world champion of 1994, but can he keep going?
Hello, do you need assistance?
30 years ago, I arrived in Adelaide.
In print on the first thing
one of the
they
most
see.
dramatic,
You're his mother now. Mama, I do not have the programming to be a mother. No one does. We
this is the story of the 1994 Australian Grand Prix.
He needs to fly.
Only my second full season swimming's I've been thrust into the role of team at Williams Formula One team after the harrowing death of my teammate.
The Wild Robot.
From that moment, the championship became a battle between myself and the young German
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their
world
customers
champion
are even
for the first time.
Another thank you for you.
I'd arrived in Adelaide on
Those
a high.
macaroons?
Only 4 days earlier, I'd won the Japanese Grand Prix in a thrilling duel with Michael in torrential rain.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced,
And so doing, I cut Michael's lead to a single point.
It's a whole new kind of brisket
left.
done the Chipotle way.
So now the
2
showdown
games,
for
1 Monday
1994,
night.
the championship
On ESPN,
decider.
Nuke Hopkins bringing that heat in a rematch on South Beach. Tyreek, Waddle, Achan, Vince, some women can see weapons.
I think, personally.
On Seahawks Lions on ABC, Pride of Motown, taking on DK and the new Legion of...
a new king of Germany.
Who am I talking to?
We talk about
Decaf.
this on Sunday evening.
Need to switch to
Michael and you, do you have contact here in between the days, talk to each other, or you prefer to stay separate?
I haven't seen Michael, no, but I'm sure we'll bump into each other somewhere.
now. Yeah, dude, that doesn't look good. So the tension must have been getting to Michael. He had a bit of a crash.
I know what you do.
On the Friday.
What's
going
that?
through the Senate chicanes.
I'm going to cashnetusa.com. I can apply in minutes, and if approved, I can have the money as soon as the same business day.
Ahead of Michael and myself. On
Saving the
Saturday,
day
the
is
heavens
easy.
opened, so there was no way to
Cashnet
improve our
USA.
time, meaning I
You
would
need money
start in
fast?
one place
Be the
behind
hero.
Michael for the race.
Go to cashnetusa.com to apply for the money you need now.
There'll be a new
Nice
world
dress.
champion.
You too. Sitting on the grid, the tension was obviously
Best
very
part?
high. I was
It
directly
has
behind Nigel
pockets.
Mansell.
I know.
All my attention
Oh my
was on
gosh.
Michael Schumacher.
Love that and the
beat
cashback.
him,
What?
and I'd
What
become
marketing?
Formula One world
It's a
champion.
shopping app. I saved a ton on hard drives.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I know, right? You're gonna get so much cash back. Okay, I'm gonna go change because
At the start, Nigel got too much wheel speed, and in a flash, Michael and I were straight past him and immediately at it, setting fastest lap after fastest lap apiece.
Good evening. I'm Scott Van Pelt. Welcome. This is Sports Center. We are here in Bristol, where we've been all night long on this night of the Monday Night Doubleheader. A tremendous performance.
And I was telling myself this was Suzuka all over again.
Highlights and
by now, we were already lapping cars. Even though it was only quarter distance.
Washington Commanders
lap 22, I was bored, trying to get past a pair of back markers.
Helps lead
Michael
that team to victory.
Of a couple of seconds.
Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
With Adelaide being a street circuit,
they scored their first drive, but then they were trying to play catch-up as Washington was able to score in bunches, and Burrow had a big night passing the ball, but Washington was able to make just enough plays, and Burrow was just fractionally off on the throw here or there, and in the
crucially,
end,
I hadn't seen it.
So
when I came around the corner, all I saw was Michael rejoining the track. This was my opportunity. I had to take it.
Yeah, that was
out goes Schumacher. The German is out of the Australian Grand Prix.
Michael was out on the spot, but as I continued, I could see my left front suspension was damaged. As Patrick Head tried to bend the suspension straight with his bare hands, I knew my race was done and my championship was gone. A whole mixture of emotions ran through my mind. Despair, pride, and a weird relief that this bittersweet season was over. But there was no anger. In my head, I hadn't apportioned any blame to Michael. But at that point, Barry Sheehan was grabbing my arm and telling me I needed to see the incident. I watched in amazement as Michael hit the wall. I had no idea his car was damaged, but Barry was instead pointing out Michael's head movements. That seemed to indicate that he could see me coming down the inside.
We just come back to work on Wednesday.
As motor racing, I'm afraid that going into the last race with 1 point deficit to Michael is always going to be,
practice, bring great energy,
unfortunately, putting you in the position where
that's all you can do. 0-3, obviously.
You've got everything to lose. Well,
not very good.
I couldn't win in that sort of situation.
So we just got to come back on Wednesday, try to get better.
But a large part of me felt that this was a tainted championship anyway after we lost it. Everyone had felt that loss, including Michael. But at least I could be satisfied that I had given my best for Williams and for Ed.
No game is easy.
I'd never been in a battle for a Formula One World Championship
great on
before,
offense today.
and I must admit I found it extremely stressful, especially with Imola and
we
the
had our
fallout from all
opportunities.
that. There were some good bits though, like winning the British Grand Prix,
cash in on them.
And I felt like I'd gone up another level in my driving that would set me up for the coming season.
Denominator from the first 3 weeks, we've had opportunities and didn't cash in on those. So whatever we got to do to get better this week, so we can come back on Sunday and execute in spots and get better in spots that we need to.
G'day and welcome to F1 Explained. And this week, flags.
Across all levels of motor racing, colour-coded flags are used as warning, status or instruction signals from race organisers to drivers. And in F1, they're supplemented by light panels trackside. But what do they all mean? Firstly, the warning flags. Yellow flags warn of danger ahead. Single-wave yellows tell drivers to slow down to a speed at which they can completely control the car, while double-wave yellows mean there's great danger ahead, be prepared to take evasive action or even stop. No overtaking. Green flag means they can resume racing.
The green flag is also shown at the back of the starting grid to signify that all cars are in their starting position. And in Spa, it's flown by my friend Bernard. Remember him?
Thank you very much, Bernard. A red flag means the race or session has been stopped for whatever safety reason, from weather to drain covers and more. Drive slowly back to the pits, no overtaking, and be prepared to stop on track. While a white flag warns of a slow-moving vehicle on track, usually an official car or recovery truck. And a blue flag is used to tell a driver that faster cars are approaching from behind.
Come on now, blue flag.
In races, wave blues mean the leaders are trying to overtake you, and underneath their helmets, they're getting pretty worked up about you getting out of their way.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous. Honestly, lost a second for nothing.
There are also some flags shown by the clerk of the course rather than the marshals. They usually mean you're in a whole load of trouble. The black and white flag tells the driver whose number is shown with it that their behaviour is unsporting or suspect.
What he had at this early stage. Troy Aikman's a Hall of Famer.
And if they don't stop it, they can be shown the black flag, which orders the driver to stop in the pits within 1 lap, get out of the car, and report to the authorities.
If
they show you the black flag, that's it.
I got to watch
and if it's not you but your car that's dangerous, then the black flag with an orange circle is shown. You must pit for repairs on the next lap.
He can punt the ball.
So while you really don't want to
defense.
see any of them,
third down. He looks
do
at
want to
Brandon
see
Ayuk.
this
Brandon
first,
Ayuk
the checkered
runs a
flag,
stunner
which
from the
signals the
20-yard
end
line.
of the practice or
80
qualifying
yards later,
session
it's a touchdown,
and the end
Arizona
of the
State,
Grand Prix.
And if you do see it first and it waves for you, then you've won the race. Well done, you.
Okay, he has a chance to be something.
F1 flags explained.
And he ran off the field smiling after that play. He didn't get too high. He didn't get to a point to where he thought he had made it. He felt like he was supposed to make that play. And you could see some of the beginnings of what he is now on that night.
Great West Road.
Right there.
I got the pointer!
Here we go.
It's around here somewhere.
Here we go.
I'm fired up.
Okay, Scott, I'm going to talk to you and I'm going to talk to the people about this. Scott, I want you to know right now, okay, we're going to start here.
Hi, Joe.
This guy is Cam Taylor-Britt. Cam Taylor-Britt said this week about this guy who is Jaden Daniels that he runs a college offense.
Look, I've got my gym kit.
Let me show Cam Taylor-Britt what college offenses do. College offenses do simple things like run straight. So what we're going to get, we're just going to get a go ball by Terry McLaurin. Somebody would have said they had to get the football team. It's going to be a max protect. What max protect is, you're going to get 7 offensive linemen up front, and they're going to protect for Jaden Daniels to have time
38,
to push the
yes,
football
40
down the field.
kilos.
Here,
Come
we're going to let
on.
the play start. So, as the play start, we're going to see that Terry McLaurin, right now, there's no trickery in this play,
What
right?
we got?
He's not
32.
fooling him. He's not
32.
running something different. There's no stutter. There's no in and out. It's a straight bomb, as the people like to say. Now he's going to get in Cam Taylor-Britt's blind spot and then straighten back up and go get this ball.
Right,
Watch
so
this
thanks for that.
perfect throw
What else do you like to do on a day off,
and
then?
even in college,
As you know, I love
sometimes they
fashion,
can throw
so I
the
like
ball
to go
far
to
and
shops,
people
go
catch it.
shopping
So that's
in town.
Cam Taylor-Britt
Yes,
saying, you know what,
stuff.
maybe it's
All
because
right.
we were playing
Okay,
cover
well,
four.
trip into
Maybe
town.
we didn't do the right thing.
I've
So
got the
here's
perfect
Lou
vehicle
Anarumo.
for you.
They know they have to get the
Nice.
football back. So he's going to
It's
bring the
maybe
blitz.
not as
We're
fast
gonna
as
get
your
an
Alfa
outside
Romeo,
blitz
but
here and watch
just
Dax
as
Hill.
cool.
Here,
Yeah,
Dax
I
Hill,
like
he's
it.
playing
It's,
cover zero.
Do you wanna
Cover
drive?
zero. Cover zero.
You can
So
drive
the thing
it.
that
I'll drive
Jaden
it.
Daniels knows before this
All
play
right.
is
Very
that he's
easy.
going to take a big hit. What we're going to get on the bottom from Scary Terry is a stutter. Here you see the stutter. Now, I want you to notice a couple of things. The first thing to notice, where are Dax Hill's eyes?
So what was it about
Dax
Spain?
Hill's
Obviously,
eyes
we
are
come
in
to
on
Montreal
Jaden Daniels. So Jaden Daniels
off
knows
Spain, your
he'll
best
have a chance
result
to
of
get
the
Terry
season equal
McLaurin
with,
up the sideline if he can get the ball in. Let me show you what happens to mere mortals, right? A mere mortal, when staring down this rusher, they say, I can't throw it. I got to run the football. I don't want to get hit. They throw and they duck. But not this man, not Jaden Daniels, not the Heisman Trophy winner, not the man from LSU, not the new Washington Commanders commander. What does he do? He stands there. He delivers on a big time bomb. I want you to watch this. When you see a man in this position, let's run it back right here. You see this position? This is tough. Terry McLaurin, he's looking up. He's going to track the football, understanding that it's got to come down, not straight.
To be honest, I need a bit of help, so you're going to style me.
Touchdown. And they all say amen.
Oh, well, very nice. Listen, my propensity is for shorts and sandals, so
to the people.
Joe, I'm clearly a guy who needs help. If you weren't a racing driver,
the trust
would you
and
like
the
to
willingness
work
to
in
absorb that hit and
fashion?
deliver that ball?
Yeah, I do actually.
And we'll let
you know the outfits I come to the track on Thursday.
Dan
It's
Quinn,
not
I
by
have to
any
believe,
close
fired
set
up
or
as well.
anything.
His thoughts
It's all just
after
by myself. That's
his
good.
team went
I
on the
like
road
to
and
see
got
the
to a
real
victory
me.
on Monday night.
These are nice, aren't
He's a really
That's
cool
one
customer, and he's
purple
got
one.
like real poise
Look at
about him. I
these
thought
magnificent
going in, we knew the
trousers.
importance of the ball,
cool.
and you know the decision making for that. We just couldn't give them short fields and chances to go. So his ability to know when to, when not to, when to make a play with his legs. I thought.
Am I wearing it right?
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of this at practice, and
looks like me. We can walk together now on Thursday when we arrive on the paddock.
Sliding, going, taking your shot. But I thought it was a really strong performance tonight by him. Yeah, I think, well, you make sense by giving those two a shot. And, like, they put the time in.
Well, after all that
if they
shopping,
hadn't put the time in, you wouldn't have the confidence to go into that space.
So this is the way you get on your... I'll tell you, your days off
obviously, we haven't connected on some of the deep ones to Terry over the first two games.
What do we do at the hot pot?
You know, the case.
Many of you know is my favorite like kind of
so
Chinese
when we
dish.
had our chances and our moments to go, it was just a really good ball and great catch by Terry.
Parting scene in Shanghai.
What's interesting to me about this scene here, if this was a 1 o'clock game on Sunday, it feels different. Now, part of it's because I'm not sitting here with you discussing it.
And to Sheffield.
You know everyone
So what was
is
the reason
watching us.
you settled
everyone.
there? As a what,
And
11-year-old?
to deliver
12-year-old?
in the manner in which he did, I think it speaks to the manner in which he seems to carry himself at all times. There's an ease to him. There's a very easy smile to him. And it seems that moments aren't huge to him.
I didn't like within 10 minutes.
I'm not surprised. That's not a taught trait. I think that's an inherent trait. I mean, is that what you've experienced?
And before you could do A-levels or college
and
or something
alarming
like that,
at the same time. Because you can get fooled into thinking he's too casual. Exactly, right? If you're watching from the sideline and you see a kid throw an interception and you think to yourself, well, why isn't he more upset about throwing this interception? But then you see him score a touchdown or throw a touchdown and you're like, well, why isn't he more excited about this? And I think that speaks to how even keel he is, how poised that Jaden Daniels is, but also a belief, Scott. A belief of understanding what his baseline is, knowing how good of a quarterback he is, knowing how poised of a quarterback he is, knowing how much he has grown as a passer and the work that he's put in to be in this moment. And I do think it's poetic that Cliff Kingsbury talked and spoke throughout the week about getting Terry McLaurin the ball, and Terry McLaurin goes to him and says, Coach, give me this opportunity. Jaden Daniels is on board and he delivers, and Terry McLaurin delivers even more.
Welcome to the entertainment
that ball
capital of the
cannot
world.
be dropped
This
out of the
is
sky
F1
more
Fever,
perfectly, and
Las
he, to
Vegas.
the point you were illustrating over there, got absolutely blasted. It is only but you get glimpses every now and again into what somebody's ceiling might look like and what somebody might be possible of being. And this is a night for Washington, and this has been down for a long, long time, to be reasonably excited about what the future might hold, yes?
You know, we had conversations last week when you were preparing, because nobody wanted to go into an interview more prepared than you with Jaden, and we talked about Bryce and CJ, right, who are both his friends, both grew up in California. He played against them in high school, trained with them while at LSU and before getting into the league, and we've seen sort of the difference in between those two players. Last year, C.J. Stroud was drafted number 2 overall and ended up being the Rookie of the Year. And he showed us some things about himself, both intangible and physically, that we didn't see. It wasn't that we didn't see it in college, but it was even a different tier than we expected. I believe Jaden Daniels can show some of those same things we saw from C.J. last year, and this was a glimpse into that. But now it's about how does this young man continue to build, and how does Dan Quinn continue to build around him to allow him to work.
And you know the league's going to, the league does nothing but devour tape, and they're going to try to figure out what to do. But I think he creates a lot of questions.
How many times are you going to be screaming from your house, slide, slide, slide?
And I punched the ball. I texted Coach Herm because he had him at Arizona State. He said, tell the young man I said hello and tell him I said to slide. I told him that, and he smiled, of course, and he laughed. But it's, listen, it's an exciting night on the Washington side. I still think the Bengals are good. I still think there's enough runway for them to demonstrate that they just ran into a young man who had an amazing night as the Commanders get to 2-1. More on the way as we react to Cincinnati falling to 0-3 and Washington grabbing a victory. First touchdown pass, by the way, was to a tackle. We'll hear from Jamar Chase on the long end of this one. We got bad weeks as well. Stanford Steve is in the building.
Third gear to the left. Hold third through the right, short shift to fourth, hold the steering, fifth gear, sixth gear to the last corner, and across the line for a lap at Silverstone.
Ion, electrified.
The FW22. My first
something about small towns.
Jensen, megastar, but what an impact he has made. First British Grand Prix.
The first time I raced in the British Grand Prix was in this car.
Everyone confesses some related to somebody.
Kind of brings back a few memories.
That there might be something
a few
like
very
to tell
special
me.
memories. That I'm kind of a little bit speechless because this is the first time I'm going to get to drive it for 24 years. The guys have given me the opportunity to take
Murder in a Small Town series premiere this Tuesday on Fox.
Let's do it.
It's $10 Tuesdays at KFC. Every Tuesday, grab 8 pieces of hot, juicy Kentucky Fried Chicken for just $10.
It's a grab tab deal.
And, you know, they have their place in modern cars because they have so much damage, so much power. This is like, with driving, this is 600 kilos.
Choose joy.
Look at it.
Choose the
tiny.
road.
It looks like an
Choose your
F3
people.
car. But with
Choose your shot.
750 horsepower.
Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
Look, I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome. You can get it when you trade in any phone.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So, here we are driving my first ever Formula One car from 2000.
Now every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Just trade in any phone in any condition and get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
What's Danny doing? You say so much bundling home and auto with the personal price plan that he got excited.
750 horsepower.
Bundle football with football. Bundle, amigo. You got bundle. Bundle is live.
This brings back so many memories, especially driving in Silverstone.
Bundle and save with the personal price plan, Phil.
So do you kick it or pass it?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Gatorade, the world's most superior sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Ion, electrified. Hungo tire.
Let's tell the freaking world.
One of my students is ringworm.
Ringworm?
Brings back so many memories driving around Silverstone in this car.
Hello, Miss Teagues.
Hello, Mr.
I remember qualified P6 in this car.
HR is here today, so if anyone has something they want to file, raise your hand. Not about me, about other things. These are the takeout menus I gave you.
Those were suggestions that we should go after dinner. You're sick.
Write that down.
Come on.
The ESPN app is the spot for all your sports. For the Saints and the Sinners. For hot takes and high stakes. For MLB, SVP, all on your TV. The ESPN app. One app, one tap. Get it up.
David Coulthard won the race. So,
There were a
as
pair
you
of
can
Monday night
imagine,
games, the first of which in Western New York, where Bills Mafia was ready to go nuts, and boy did they ever, as they welcomed a Jacksonville team who was trying to avoid an 0-2 start, but they could do nothing to slow down the Bills' wagon. That's James Cook, touchdown. They missed the extra point. They weren't going to chase that point all night. Because the second possession, Allen, no, it's third and goal, rolls to his right. Dalton Kincaid's floating around the back of that end zone. He finds 86, touchdown, it's 13-0. Next possession, after the Jag got on the board with a field goal. Play action. There's the rookie from Florida State, Keon Coleman. I believe he got shut out last week. Miami, and that's his first career touchdown. And Josh Adams was talking about how cool it was to get guys their first NFL touchdowns. Now, an incredible moment. That's DeMar Hamlin. Ryan Clark and I sat in the studio in D.C. the night he played in Cincinnati and tried our best to compose ourselves. And we were afraid that young man had lost his life. Not only has he miraculously come back and survived, but he's thriving on the field. That's his first career interception. That was a goosebumps moment, man. Truly a remarkable moment to see. Cool to ask Louis Riddick about it. Those are both Pitt alums. And he was there to see it with his own eyes. Another touchdown. Khalil Shakir is into the end zone. And Allen thanks the man that got him the football back, and it turns into more points. They're still not done. 24 seconds left in the first half. Ty Johnson, dirty Turk. He's in the end. You're going to get your LSU love. I got to take my shot so I can get him. Bills are the third team since 1980 to score a touchdown on their first 5 drives in Monday Night Football. It's 34-3 at the half. It's a 40-10 game. Mac Jones is in the game. There's a punch out. Jamon Solomon, Casey Tuhill's on that, and not a single thing is working for Jacksonville. And then Ray Davis, another rookie. Bills' most points scored in a Monday night game in their history. It's 47. They win easily And everybody in Western New York is celebrating this victory. On the other side of it, the Jags just trying to make sense of a miserable night. Here's their head coach and starting quarterback.
Change of direction through the corners.
Real shocking, very disappointed. You know, you hate to say it, but this is the reality of it. This is who we are right now, and we're not a very good football team, and we gotta get it fixed. We gotta come up with some answers, and we gotta do it in a hurry.
You know, it's just one of those times where we don't have any momentum. You know, it seems like everyone takes their turn on making a bad play at the wrong time, including myself. It seems really difficult to go forward. Can't find that rhythm right now, and we all have our share in it, and it's just, it takes us making the plays out there. You know, players play, coaches coach, and we step on the field, we got to make the plays, and so we have to take all the accountability, all the criticism, all the scrutiny, because we're not doing that right now, and that's our job. We got to make the plays. It's that simple. You know, this game is, it's hard, but it's not that hard. We made it look really, really hard today. We're a lot better than that.
The high speed, if you got the balance right, it was great.
Right now, I don't know that they are. Trevor Lawrence has now lost 8 consecutive starts dating back to last season. He injured his ankle in a Monday night game against Cincinnati. We were there. He tried to play through it as best he could. They couldn't get any wins to end last season, as we know, other than a game started by Beathard. This is tied for the longest streak to begin a career. And over the last decade, he's the only former #1 to have multiple 8-start losing streaks. I'm going to get to Allen in a moment, who was just spectacular.
My goodness.
I expected more out of Jacksonville tonight. I expected to see more competitive fight. At one point, they had 1 yard, and Buffalo had 2 touchdowns. You just don't see that in NFL football. It happens in college a lot because the talent disparity is so big.
Brand new.
What accounts for this in your estimation?
I actually don't understand it, right? If you're a team in the Jacksonville Jaguars that understands your back is against the wall, you're facing 0-3 to start the season, and you show little to no effort at the start of this game. Josh Allen's doing whatever he wants to you. You're not protecting Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is not dialed in with his wide receivers, and from a coaching standpoint, this team looks flat out unprepared. Doug Peterson is a coach that I respect tremendously, a coach that's won a Super Bowl, that's really changed what the Jacksonville Jaguars were after Urban Meyer.
But tonight is unacceptable. Tonight is a night that cost people their jobs, hopefully not swimming. On the field
this is actually the first time I've been to see this building finished.
I'll follow that. Is this the kind of night that leads you to believe, just 3 weeks into a season, that this is a team that's done?
You know, I don't want to
British
believe
Grand Prix is here
right?
again.
Like, we don't want to. I don't want to tell that story about this game in this league I love so much. But
11 races
when you look
extraordinarily,
at
I mean, you like it
Trevor
there,
Lawrence led Jacksonville Jaguars right now, they're cheating the game.
It's the British crowd, I
right?
think.
They're taking away what makes this game so fun for everybody, is that every team has a chance, because every team has pros, right? There's so much parity in this league. Oh, there's a salary cap. We should all be able to compete. We just gave our guy $275 million.
There's that.
We're supposed to win. And the team scores 5 consecutive touchdowns against you. Like you said, at one point, they had 1 yard to 2 touchdowns. And to go on that field and just lay an egg like that in such an important moment is something that I don't know how Doug Peterson is even going to approach.
When you've had those lows, you really
yeah, because this is a game where you're already 0-2. You're expecting your very best, and you get instead the worst. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's 2 teams out there getting paid tonight, and the one in blue had Josh Allen. And this looks like the ceiling to me. And if he plays to this ceiling, then you're talking about they could be who knows what. What'd you see?
You'll become an outsider at one point where they're talking about performance-related stuff for next year.
Josh Allen was absolutely phenomenal tonight.
And so far,
it's difficult to call a performance perfect, but this was absolutely flawless from Buffalo's quarterback. The way he moved and maneuvered in the pocket, the sort of synergy and connection he had with his wide receivers and his targets, but also he took the smart plays. It wasn't that Josh Allen was forcing the football tonight. He was throwing to the open receiver. He was dictated to the defense where the football was going to go and putting it in exactly the right spot. And the other thing I saw,
it's also daunting
because
it's
Right, when you think of Buffalo and when it's the best, it's when those fans can absolutely lose their mind on every snap. It's when their quarterback is showing a reckless abandon, and even inside the chaos, having a poise. This was the best that Josh Allen gets, and if he plays like this team is going to be difficult to beat.
And it appeared that when the Brady calls were exactly right, it was easy. And then in those moments, I'm thinking of that third down, second touchdown to Kincaid. In the moment where, all right, the first thing's not there, the second thing's not there, then he's just Josh Allen, and for a brief moment puts the cape on and makes a play that not many dudes in the league make. So to me, it's the perfect combination of you get the Superman guy, and then I'm just calling the play that Brady dialed up, and it's wide open.
But then we talk about that before the game.
At some point soon next year, you're going to be banging wheels in your
all the time. Like some point in the day, you get to be Clark Kent and take pictures of Lois Lane while she's out here trying to report, right? So he got to do that last week against the Dolphins, and even this week they weren't asking him to go above and beyond the X's and O's. But when it was time, and when it is time, you know he's capable.
And the weather this weekend's looking a bit
this formula
British. That really annoys me because
Josh Allen to
continental friends in Formula 1 always.
This is a place where, with Sean McDermott and the way that defense is playing, the way that front has had a resurgence from Von Miller, this is going to be the team again in the AFC East. That's the team to beat.
That was an amazing drive.
I'm sure Kansas City's like, okay, well, we can do that again if that's what you need us to do.
Final word for the Silverstone fans.
You ain't got to win them all.
I mean, it's just such a privilege to be able to.
They look fantastic.
I'm glad that I'm still racing. It's not my last race,
next week in
it's just another opportunity to
so Jacksonville falls to 0-3. So do the Bengals because they're trailing by 5 on a 3rd and 7, and they go 0.
A lot of effort.
And there's a touchdown at Terry McLaurin.
Any other race we do
him
goes into this weekend
a little bit earlier. The guy that scored the first touchdown in this game was Jamar Chase.
Yeah, I
they
really
needed one more.
Come and
they didn't get it.
And
here's the thoughts of Jamar Chase after Cincinnati.
Raising the Union Jack.
Falls to 0-3.
How about you?
Didn't feel good, but you know it happens. We just gotta learn from it, move on,
and now for the sporting crossover you never knew you needed. Darts meets Formula 1. In 2023, Luke Littler made history when he became the youngest ever World Championship finalist on debut. And our very own Lando Norris is no stranger to success at a young age too. And today, the British Grand Prix, the two dive into each other's worlds.
It was a good overall game, but I'm more of a team effort. It's been good to have a win with that.
Where do you go from here?
Come back to work, watch the film, corrections, and we gotta move on. But we can't have games like this. We gotta win games like this, and so we move on.
Is there a sense of desperation, Jamar, at this point, even though it's 3 games in?
I don't know. I've never been here, bro. I never felt this before, so it's the first time for everything. We just got to be like one team, you know what I'm saying? Stay together, stay as a unit. It's the only way we're going to win.
Double to finish.
How good was it to have T-Back out there? It looked like it certainly benefited you a little bit.
Yeah, it was great having T out there, man. It was like old times again, just having fun, you know?
Oh, you're working it out.
What Joe and T did, do you see that as kind of the path forward for you guys, big plays that you showed you can make today?
That's more the standard.
It's an unlucky bounce out, 23
it's not really something that we have to show. It's really the standard that we do.
20 for Lando Norris.
Jaden Daniels is extremely impressive. I don't know how closely you can watch his performance, but one of the more incredible rookie quarterback performances I think many of us have seen. What do you think?
28
He's a great effing player, not gonna lie. That was my first time sitting down and watching him besides the spring game. So he's a very outstanding player.
What's going on?
You see that the hill that the Bengals have to climb is not without precedent. They just wouldn't have much company. One of the last 120 teams to begin 0-3 made the playoffs in the last quarter century. The Texans of 2018 were able to do that. Now the Bengals and the Jaguars will attempt to do the same. You heard Chase speak about Daniels. They have that LSU connection. The rookie quarterback, wearing a smile as he so often does, steps to the podium. You'll hear his thoughts as we continue on SportsCenter. And I don't know how we pared the list down for bad beats, but let me tell you, we had weather delays, we had totals, we had just calamities of all shapes and sizes. Yeah, bad scene, man.
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah. Feast your eyes on this.
Oh, that's sexy.
Feels so new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
I'm not gonna beg, but pretty please.
Irvy, don't. Go ahead, press a button.
Oh, it's glowing.
Apple Intelligence. We should do this more often.
Agreed.
Rekindle the feeling of love with the new iPhone 16 Pro on us. And feel it again and again with the latest iPhone every year with AT&T Next Up Anytime.
This is more than just a job.
We save people.
Go!
This is the most dangerous beach in the world. We got this, but we have to do it together. All of us.
Hurry! Good thing we're not in it for the glory.
Rescue High Surf, all new. Check local listings.
You sure you're gonna be okay?
I'll be fine.
Bye.
Honey, hi.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're getting by.
Great, me too.
Can we call you back?
You never want to lose your edge. This is an SUV that really understands that. The Lexus RX.
Ion. Electrified. Hanguk Tire.
It's officially Taco Bell Live Más Student Section season. Join Taco Bell Rewards. Vote for the top student section in the app. You could get a free Cantina chicken taco.
That Luke actually doesn't have a driver's license yet.
Okay.
So what we'd like to do is set up for you to teach him how to drive.
Sure.
How do you feel about that?
Sensibly.
Yeah?
Sensibly. Yeah. And what's your car in mind that you want to learn in?
Mercedes.
That's... Alright, you're out.
I mean, honestly, you're not going about it the right way, are you?
Are you
Can't get that in the first car.
You're right. Okay, so that's the deal then. Can we shake on it?
Deal.
Love that.
Deal.
And after what you've seen, you're confident in your new coach?
Yeah, confident.
Brilliant. Well done.
Good words.
Right, here we are. It is a rainy day at Silverstone. We have gathered the troops. We've got 3 magnificent AMG GT cars, and we're here for the heart rate challenge. My heart rate is already high because it's slippery conditions, but I brought along our expert cardiologist, Dr. Chandak, to explain what's going to happen today.
Here's the challenge, guys. 3 drivers. You've got to try and get the presenters' heart rates as high as possible.
Great.
Presenters, you've got to try and keep the heart rate as low as possible. You've got 3 laps as fast as you can. Drifting, how sideways can you get these cars? We've got cameras down the Hamilton straight. How close can you get that wing mirror to the inside wall as you go down the straight?
Oh my goodness.
Touching allowed, the wall?
You own these cars, that's your decision. So, Lewis, you're with Simon.
Short straw, sorry.
Toto, Naomi, Georgian, Nat.
Go, Georgie boy.
Need to work on this heart rate.
So I've got to get into my Zen state now.
My heart rate is...
Be zen.
You're dropping now, you're relaxed. All right, we'll soon change that.
Let's go.
You ready?
Tell you what, Simon's heart rate is going nuts. He's terrified in there.
Oh my God, are you joking? Stop.
First gear. Woo!
Oh, God.
George!
All right, heart rate's going up, 110.
Oh, we haven't even left the pit lane. George!
Get up the inside of him.
Why did we do that?
Why did we do that?
Yes.
Just, you know, dancing with the rear.
I'm very calm. I'm not even in the hundreds yet.
Oh, you're completely in the green.
Go that way.
You go left. Take a long way round.
They went round the chicane.
I don't think we're supposed to be going through the wall yet.
Oh! Nothing. It's not even, mine's going down. I reckon I'm unscarable here. Oh, yeah.
I think your heart rate's going to be higher than mine.
No, all easy.
127 so far. I think you're staying pretty well under control here, Nat.
Oh, this one's about getting as close to
the wall.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Oh, my Jesus! Toto!
He's not a professional driver.
Oh my God! My heart rate was through the roof there.
What do we get to? I think I'm winning.
114 you got to.
Put Radio 4 on.
I don't listen to Radio 4.
You got to run him wide. Oh!
Nat is looking a bit stressed at the moment.
Oh my God! No, George!
Woo! Nice.
Quite near the wall. You're going to take the mirror off? Doesn't matter. You can trash it. You're a Ferrari driver next year.
Are you not? You're supposed to be dropping me off by now.
Fully round we go. Fully round we go.
It won't stay on. I think it's stalled.
How embarrassing.
That'll scare them.
It's all over the place, that guy.
Heart rate's dropping now, Natalie. You're now 90.
No, come on, go. No, that's silly.
Oh my God, look at this guy.
That's just silly.
It's good fun, no?
I enjoyed it. Everything other than that one braking maneuver.
We nearly hit him.
Yeah,
127. You look a bit green.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
What was your
Zen Master.
One beat ahead for Lazenby. 138. Was that a bit stressful?
There was one moment where we did go into, almost went into the back of Lewis and Simon. Like we were this close to going into the back of it.
Who won?
Well, he won because he got my heart rate the highest.
But I kept mine the lowest, which means I'm the winner on that.
But excuse me, I thought it was about to get it the highest.
Yeah, that is what it is about. He just wants to win something.
No, that's what I thought. It's about getting the highest.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
The drivers need to get the highest. The passengers
you
need
won,
the lowest.
and I won.
Yeah, but your heart might not go that much higher.
The rules to be clear before we started, but
I quit.
We take the win.
There goes the cardiologist.
Alright.
State your name, cuz.
Stormzy, innit?
Stormzy, good to see you. This is the weirdest, best interview I've ever done, I think.
Wicked.
I mean, electric out here, isn't
No,
it?
it's sick. It's proper sick. It's really good, man. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah.
Man.
So you're on stage in a little while. I mean, the crowd are out there. It's pouring with rain.
If I perform in England and it rains like this, I still like it.
So you've been really busy, like you've been over in LA, writing some new music.
Yeah. So I've been back and forth from LA, making my new album. I've been doing shows in Europe. Yeah, I've been all over the place. But yeah, it's just part and parcel of the job, innit? Yeah, man.
And you launched Murky FC down in Croydon. Tell us about that.
It took us 3 years to build. So Murky and Adidas, we partnered up and we built this amazing community centre in Croydon, like right where I grew up. The youth can come down and use it. We got EA Sports games room. We got a studio in there. We got a 5G football pitch. So it's just sick. It took very long. It was hard work, but it's sick. Yeah. It's sick.
And if that's not enough, then you got House Party in Soho.
And so yeah. And you know what? I've been more busy than I thought. Yeah, you're right. I've been more busy than I thought. Yeah.
And did you do Glastonbury this year?
Yeah. So since I performed there, it's been like a tradition. We go every year, like me and all my friends. We get like a big house, about 15 of us, and we just go. But we're just there drinking. Like I'm not performing. I ain't there. I'm off duty. Like I'm just there for a. I was gonna swear, but I'm just there to, you know.
Did you enjoy a trip this year?
Oh my days! Do you know that was that last year? I think that was actually last year. But yeah, if you want to laugh, go on YouTube and type in Stormzy falling over at Glasgow, and it's a good laugh. It's a good laugh.
Now you finally made me famous by dropping my name in Angel in the Marble.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Nah, you're a G, man. You're a G, Martin, man. It's like a thing that rappers do where it's like, I don't know, we're just meant to document our lives, innit? And for me, that grid walk and seeing you, that's a big thing. So you put in a lyric, and yeah, man. So big up you, Martin.
Formula One's had some great racing this year. Have you had a chance to see any of it on your travels?
I was at Abu Dhabi, obviously.
Stormzy, really, really good to see you on the grid. Now, you know, one of your albums, Heavy is the Head, you've got a couple of tracks on there, Own It and Crown.
Yeah.
Who's going to own the crown in 2 hours' time?
Oh, that was a good one. Hopefully Hamilton. That's what I'm rooting for. Anytime I get a chance to see it in person, I'm 100% there, but that doesn't always happen, but I'm always watching, yeah.
We always love to see. Did you see Lando and Max get together in Austria last weekend?
There's contact. Verstappen punches he's got a rear wheel off. Disaster for Red Bull and McLaren.
It's funny because we got a group chat, yeah, and the first thing that came in the group chat was crash Stappen. So just from that, I was like, okay, I got half an idea of what would happen in Austria. Yeah.
They're best mates. It's a bit like Stormzy and Dave having a fight, you know?
That never happened. Dave's my brother. I love Dave. Orlando and Max cool like that, yeah?
They game together, they travel, they eat
okay,
together.
Then it's all right then.
They're really big mates. And they've sort of, said, look, no problem. We're really happy with everything.
There you go. No love lost.
You're a big Lewis fan.
Yeah, that's my guy.
He is heading to Ferrari next year. What do you think about that?
We're going to Ferrari too. I love Mercedes. I love George. I love Toto. But Lewis is, you know what I mean? That's our guy, innit? And we're gonna, wherever he goes, we're with him. So yeah, man.
Have you ever been around the track? Because I'd like to take you on a hot lap around the track.
I would love that. Yeah. I would love that. Yeah, please. That would be an honour. I'd love that. Yeah, please.
Next year, we'll get you in a Ferrari.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Yeah, no,
I'm going to hold you to it. Yeah, all right, cool, wicked.
Yeah. We love your energy, and we really appreciate your support of Formula One and giving us some time, literally, on these packing cases.
No, thank you,
before
man.
you're about to go out there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Always pleasant to speak to you, Martin. God bless you, man. Thank you.
Exciting, isn't it?
Okay, Nico, willkommen in meinem Büro. Bist du bereit?
Ich bin fertig.
Bist du fertig? Okay, cool. We're going to do it in English, though.
It's fine. You have more in German, or that's it?
That's it for now. That's it for now. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll chuck some more in.
I didn't know you did speak German.
So, 2 top 6s in the last 2 races.
A top drive from the German.
Nico Hülkenberg, second consecutive 6th place finish.
You've basically made history. How does it feel?
It feels good. I mean, obviously we're very happy about it, and yes, you know, the 2 last races been very, very positive. Kind of out of the blue, a little bit unexpected in both scenarios. You know, we were ready and present when some of the top teams and top cars were struggling and had issues. We were there, you know, to pick up the pieces. And for us, obviously, that's big.
What do you think has been the most key change in giving the team the performance that you now have?
I think obviously last year there's been quite a bit of change, you know, on the technical side, on the technical team. Some people left the team. There's been a bit of a, you know, reshuffling. Also then when Ayo took over, you know, he made further tweaks. It was maybe a little bit bottled up before, and it kind of, I think, freed up people and certain departments, and they just, it feels like and seems they work more efficiently with higher quality.
You'll be leaving to the team that will become Audi. What sort of assurances did they give you that made you take this leap into somewhat of the unknown at such an early stage?
To be honest, every team always tells you, you know, promise you the blue sky and we're doing this and we're doing that. But obviously Audi is a pretty powerful, you know, big brand in the world, and you know, I know how serious they're taking it, you know, what they're investing, what they're doing to make sure that they are competitive and that they're going to be a success. On top of that, I think obviously the 2026 rule changes offer a really good opportunity for a new manufacturer to come in, because it is really like a reset, you know, with the resources and the manpower and the budget and the power of that brand. I just think that's a very good opportunity and exciting project for me and my career.
There's been a lot of movement in the driver market this season already, but there are still some very interesting options open. So at any point, do you feel that maybe you made that decision too early?
I don't think so, to be honest, because I think I don't see an opportunity anywhere in the top 4 teams for me. So No, you know, my mind and my conscience is very calm and clear.
Is there any level of apprehension on your side, given the fact that Sauber are the only team this season to not have scored any points yet?
For sure, I didn't say, you know, it's going to come for free and it's going to happen guaranteed. I think, you know, there's a long road to go there, no doubt about it. And, you know, with Audi, obviously, the ambitions, the pressure is very high. It's always when you race for a manufacturer. So I'm not worried. But I know, you know, and they know as well, that they obviously need to improve the whole package.
You do still hold the record for the most number of starts without a podium in Formula One. How much do you actually spend time thinking about that?
Zero.
Zero. That's good news.
Absolutely
That's good news.
zero.
So it's not weighing down on you.
Not at all. Absolutely not. Obviously, there is that stat, but you know, there's also facts like that Audi committed to me a non-podium or Grand Prix winner and preferred me over, you know, Grand Prix winners that were available at the time. So the stats are always there. They say something, but they don't always give you the full truth.
Well, it's been quite an incredible story so far. I mean, a couple of years ago, you left Formula One, which for what seemed like for good.
Yeah.
Then you became the COVID super sub, and now you have a secured future in Formula One. Would you have believed that a few years ago?
Not really, to be honest. And it is quite the, we say, fairy tale story. Like that, you know, when in 2019 I was really a little bit tired of F1 and I wanted the break. You know, it was a conscious decision to step away. I was enjoying life, you know, out of the motorsport world. And then slowly it kind of, you know, creeped back into me that I'm not done yet, that there is still some unfinished business and that I want to go back to racing. But that time was really valuable for me. But like you say, it is a hell of a motorsport story and a comeback that you could not really expect and ride.
Well, it's great to hear that you're happy with what you're doing and that you've completely found your stride. Ich wünsche dir den Beste von der Rest der Saison und für deine Zukunft.
Vielen Dank, danke dir.
Super, thank you.
And Keke Rosberg gets the cheers of the crowd. And there is the world champion of 1982, Keke Rosberg. He knows it. Of course he knows it.
Modern day Formula One cars, 80% carbon fibre, all metal over there. There's nothing carbon in it whatsoever at all. It has an H pattern shift box, which means you've got to use the clutch and heel and toe. Techniques that are really lost in today's world. You pull a paddle, the job's done. It's not the same car by a long way, but that's what I love about it. Same with smells. It smells like a racing car. Sorry to use that really blunt way of describing it, but when it fires up, when it vibrates your body, you feel the roughly 500 horsepower through your core. Now you do in modern day cars, but in a very different way to that. It's done in a far more smooth way. This is aggressive, really trying to remind you that it's a Formula One car and respect it. It's a celebration of motorsport. It doesn't matter what you enjoy, 2 wheels, 4 wheels, 6 wheels, and that's what Goodwood is for me. It is absolutely perfect as far as I go. What I love about this is out there is about 1,000 people just wanting just 1 minute of ability to share their story and their passion with you. When you drive it, trust me, it's a Formula One car. It's incredible power for the weight it has.
This is really, I would say, a lifelong dream. To have the opportunity to climb Goodwood, but not just climb Goodwood, climb it in a Formula One car, and one with the history that the FWA has. That doesn't exist. That's a dream come true, and it's why I'm struggling to put it to words.
Oh my God! And you drove it so well. It was seamless. And I was listening out because I was like, right, I'm going to watch it gear changing.
So where were you on the hill then?
We were right as you go up the hill, right in the middle, opposite the grandstand.
Yeah, fine. I was full throttle
in his house.
Yeah,
on the balcony.
When I look at the cars we have here, it resonates to me that they would have put blood, sweat and tears in the same way we are today.
Williams take their first points of the season. The party can truly start now.
Around about Monaco, Montreal, we started to have performance back on the car at the right rates. Barcelona was difficult, but Silverstone was positive. And I think you're going to see the same rockiness across Budapest and Spa, for that matter. Then, post-August break is when I can start to see big developments all making their way to the car. And that's the bit I'm looking forward to. And I think at the end of the year, everyone will look at Williams and go, okay, there's another step. Alex, he's underrated. He's incredibly quick. He's a far, different driver now in terms of maturity, in terms of thought, in terms of action, and you're seeing that in his driving. He does some, when the car's there, has the ability, he gets the points that are available to it. He's a pleasure to work with as well because he's a leader, but he doesn't through ego, he does it through performance drive, which is me all over as well. He's a proper racing driver that won't take any mess from anyone else. I mean, the market this year is the weirdest I've known. I've been doing drivers for probably 15 years, and this is by far the weirdest year. What I can say is by the August break, it will all be known. But which way it's going to turn, I don't think anyone in the paddock can tell you at the moment.
It's all about numbers, him. It's the number guy, analyzes everything, and it's you know, I met him a couple of times, but the first time really having a conversation with him, and it was kind of cool. 7/10 between the back to the front of the field. 7/10. 7/10 used to be the gap between first and second. That's the world we're in now. And that midfield, about 10 to 50 milliseconds defines maybe 3 positions. I believe in this team with all my might, I really do. I wake up in the morning and I go to sleep in the evening knowing we can change this team around. Not hoping, knowing. And that belief is infectious. But I'm surrounded by others now within the organisation that have the same belief.
Hello, Lando.
Hello,
nice
hello.
to see you.
Nice
We
to
met
see you.
Monte Carlo.
We did
8
indeed.
models. Thank you.
Nice to see
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks for
very
having
much.
me.
Thank you. Everybody
Pleasure
very
to be
exciting.
here.
Everybody waiting for you.
Thank you so much.
Lado, just tell us why you're here today.
Why am I here? Well, 1 year ago, a couple of mistakes were made. The trophy from Budapest was broken, Max's trophy. When it happened, I was just like, oh my God, like what do I do, you know? And there was nothing I could do at the time.
The moment when the race was over, I was standing barefoot in my garden, and then I could hear my wife shouting from the house, the trophy was broken.
Mondom, ez nem lehet igaz.
And my first thought was, it can't be possible.
I wanted to say I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Something I regret, and if I could rewind back time, I would go and undo it. But I guess this is my other way of trying to make up for it.
What was your reaction when you first saw it in the flesh?
My baby. It's beautiful. Like I've done one other helmet ever, which was hand painted. The rest are, you know, airbrushed and stickers and that kind of thing. When you walk through here and you realize what goes into every bit of art, that's when you definitely appreciate it a lot more. So I think coming here makes it a lot more special. Seeing some of the people who sit there and have that intricate hand of painting and creating and cutting out things. It's beautiful, so it's definitely one of my favorites ever.
Would you like to try?
Not on this one. I don't want to ruin the masterpiece.
You could try his position here. So
Yeah,
can
swap.
you try your car?
It's okay. But it looks perfect. Yeah, and just for me to show my appreciation for them was something that I wanted to do at the same time. So it's cool, hopefully it makes me that little bit quicker, and I can hold it at the top of the podium this weekend.
Ezen a versenyen, mint Lando.
And nobody will look so good in its helmet like you.
True, true.
You will see.
Your first time in an F1 car was here 2017, was it? Can you believe how much your whole world has changed?
You know, I think growing up I've always seen what it's like for Lewis. And I'm sure his is like tenfold of what I am.
You're catching him fast.
I'm catching, but I still got, 105 race wins to go, 7 World Championships. So I think in some ways, you know, there's so much that I want to achieve, and I think just being famous and being a celebrity and whatnot is not what I've come out to aim for. What I want is the opposite, you know, it's the 7 World Championships, it's the race wins, it's the achievements itself rather than what comes along with it.
It's soft tyres that are going on, goes a little bit longer in the box there, that's going to slow him down. Hamilton is coming round front corner now. Lando Norris comes out onto the racetrack. Lewis Hamilton is in the lead of the British Grand Prix.
What was the debrief like after Silverstone, and how are you and the team turning that around to turn it into wins now?
It was a very quick debrief. And not in the sense of it being a bad way. Just quick debrief, because sometimes it's simple things and it's not like you need to sit back for 5 days and go, where do we start? You know, we're disappointed. We know we messed up, but we've done a good job on making sure we got through it quickly, and we come back fighting even harder.
In the pen in Silverstone, I think watching your interview was really hard.
I'm fed up of just saying I should have done better and I should have done this and I could have done that and whatever, so...
Don't be so hard on yourself.
It's disappointment and emotion that I wasn't happy and I wasn't satisfied with what happened. You know, I'm tough on myself because I know what I should be able to do and what I'm capable of doing. And I'm never a guy that will ever blame the team for what happens. Especially Silverstone, like it's my home race. How can I not be a little bit unhappy?
What's this track going to be like for you this weekend? You've got a good car for it.
I got a good car. I mean, the whole year the car's been pretty good, especially since Miami. So I'm excited. Every weekend we have chances.
Chance to win this weekend?
Absolutely. We have chances to win. 8 cars, it seems like now, that can almost win a race. So, you know, it's made it harder, but probably more exciting for you guys watching. More nerve-wracking and tough for us, but that's how it is, and we'll do our best to try to be at the top.
What a victory! Hamilton is back!
Superb. What a superb drive.
Oh, mate, I have been waiting for this. Thank you so much, guys. It means a lot.
In his 18th season, Lewis Hamilton holds the vast majority of driver records in Formula One. So why did his latest and most glorious victory at the British Grand Prix have to wait 945 days and 56 races? Saudi Arabia 2021 was his last taste of victory champagne in the late stages of a bitter championship battle with Max Verstappen. And then the chaos and controversy of Abu Dhabi.
1 lap to decide the championship.
If the final safety car had stayed out the regulated number of laps, Lewis would have been an 8-time world champion.
No, Mikey, no, that was so not right. Verstappen snatches the championship trophy from Lewis Hamilton.
That race is a more complex story, but the result was abject misery for Lewis and Mercedes.
Honestly, when I came back in 2022, I thought that I was over it, and I know I wasn't.
2022 saw the introduction of F1's all-new ground effect aerodynamic cars, and initially it appeared Mercedes had stolen a march with a slim car, but it was far from the case.
There's an incredible amount of bouncing.
Lewis Hamilton knocked out in Q1.
I'm speechless. That is just staggering.
Lewis, sorry for what you have to drive today. I know this is undrivable.
The team would struggle for 2 years, albeit with some highlights and a false hope that problems had finally been solved. Only to be disappointed again by a fickle and inconsistent car.
Can't move. The cars are bouncing so much.
This was for sure the hardest race of my life, I would say.
Through all of this, Max Verstappen would become a 3-time world champion, incredibly winning 42 of his next 55 races for Red Bull. Lewis had a torrid time in both qualifying and the races, and his radio calls and post-session interviews were often a tough listen.
I'm so sorry, guys. So sorry to damage the car.
This car is so bad. I've just been struggling since the beginning of last year, and it's no different this year. Just don't feel the car underneath me. I just don't feel connected to this car, so I don't really know what I'm going to do about that.
How difficult is that then if you don't feel connected to the car?
It's miserable.
But through all of this, he kept his self-belief and work ethic intact, despite endless physical preparations, on-track exertion and risk, technical debriefs, simulator work, media interviews and sponsor activations. In the middle of it all, he signed for Ferrari for 2025, despite having apparently signed a 2-year agreement with Mercedes-Benz, often declaring his intentions to see his F1 days out there.
What about these Ferrari stories?
When you're in contract negotiations, there's always going to be speculation. And I think ultimately that's, unless you hear from me, then that's what it is.
Only 2 teams have the same principle as 2021, being Christian Horner at Red Bull and Lewis's longtime friend and boss Toto Wolff. The Ferrari news was a huge story and largely very well received in Formula One, but it caught Mercedes off guard.
The timing was surprising to us. I guess What he tried to do is maybe to give us a long time to decide what we want to do going forward for next year.
On track, Lewis was fighting wheel-to-wheel with drivers up to 15 years his junior, but who already had plenty of F1 experience under their right foot. To rub salt in his wounds when the car was occasionally on form, it was his teammate George Russell who won in Brazil 2022 and Austria 2024. Doubts began to surface as to whether Lewis still had what it takes after so many years on the relentless F1 roller coaster, especially as his teammates started to regularly out-qualify and out-race him.
He needs to go through this. This is not a situation that suddenly he's unlearned driving. On the contrary, things have come together. He had a brilliant race in Barcelona. So we just got to dive through this, and we're going to win a race with him this year.
And then Silverstone happened. It was a racer's race, wet and dry. So speed, experience and judgment was needed, and sheer determination.
Lewis Hamilton is in the lead of the British Grand Prix. He is the man who raises the bar, who raises the stats, who takes things to stratospheric levels.
He's done absolutely everything right today, hasn't he?
8 times we've said it before. Here's a 9th for you. Lewis Hamilton wins the British Grand Prix.
Get in there, Lewis. You're the man. You're the man. I love you, brother. This one means a lot to us all.
You can never doubt Lewis, can you? When Lewis hasn't got it, I'll let you know.
There's definitely been days between 2021 and here where I didn't feel like I was good enough or whether I was going to get back to where I am today. You've got to continue to dig deep even when you feel like you're at the bottom of the barrel.
You were crying with Lewis on the radio.
I wouldn't say crying, I had something in my eye. That's an emotional one. Yeah, it's been a long, long time.
A record-breaking fairy tale 9th victory at his home race.
Hopefully a reminder to those who are on the journey with me that I'm not done.
I was very close to him. I grew up with him. We both left our homes at 13, chasing our dreams of becoming a Formula One driver, and both made the sacrifices to get our chance, our families as well, and we were in class together. Kind of built that bond from a very young age, and I think at the end of the day, the motorsports community is like a small family, and we are rivals on track, but we're all brothers sharing the same passion and striving to get there, get to the top, and it's extremely brutal when we lose one of ours. And I think from all of us, we have the chance to live from what we love the most. Fortunately, it's been taken away from him, but I know in a way that he was doing what he loved until the last second, and it's just a nice way to remember him and gathering all together. Drivers, engineers, mechanics, people working in this F1 world, and remembering one of ours, and also Delano. It's even more tragic from a very young age, but both extremely talented drivers on this track, and I always feel it's important to remember these champions.
We've all seen teams positioned on the pit wall, intensely looking at the radar, trying to figure out which tyre to fit and when. But where do those radar images come from? Many of France set up a single radar as well as multiple weather stations around the track. Here at Spa, the radar is 10 kilometres away in a field in order to not have any interference. The radar sends out signals, and receiving these back is able to predict where the rain is and how it's moving around the track. These radar images are then provided to the teams. As well as this, forecasters located in the FIA garage try to provide some insight with comments or notes to the teams about when rain is likely to hit the track.
First spots of rain reported turn 7, turn 8.
4 weather stations around the track give live information to the teams on ambient and track temperature, the wind conditions and the rainfall that's actually occurring at that moment, which helps to calibrate the radar on what's potentially coming in the next few minutes.
So can teams make the most of this data to get the right tyre call when it really matters?
Ever wondered what the life of an F1 reserve driver was like? Maybe standing at the back of the garage just with a headset on waiting around? Actually, no. Our GP week and weekend is extremely busy. Let me take you through 72 hours of my life as F1 reserve driver. Morning, it's 7 AM here. Well, the team is working hard in Budapest. I'm here in Silverstone in our 2022 car, putting in a lot of miles as part of my testing program for this year.
Alright, thumbs up. Are we happy with data and switches, please? Okay, clear. Let's fire up and send the car, please.
The last 2 days have been a part of my 2024 testing program in the TPC, testing previous cars. Just further acclimatizing myself with Formula 1 machinery. We're in the A522, which is our 2022 machinery, and there's been just further acclimatizing myself with Formula 1 machinery. I think we went through almost 10 sets of tyres, hard and soft, gathering a lot of data for the team, but also myself just making sure I'm prepared on qualifying simulations and also a lot of race runs.
Let's recharge, cool out, and try one more lap. I'm both feeling the tyres, there's nothing left. Okay, understood. Yeah, it was a decent last lap. Stop on your marks when you're here. And wait a few seconds and switch off. We definitely can't squeeze in another 11 laps. I knew you would ask that. Sorry, negative. Need to look after these old ladies. Thank you very much. 2 good days. Run very smooth, made it easy, so thank you for that. No worries, thank you all very much.
Yeah, luckily the 2 days went very smoothly. We got everything that we needed to do done and executed all the mileage, so I think we're all very happy.
Hey guys, welcome to day 2. It's practice day in Hungary. All the team are there in Budapest, but for me, I have a long day and night ahead on the simulator to help the team and hopefully advance our progress in the weekend. I made sure I had a bit of a sleep in this morning. I got a good 9 hours in, so to be honest, this point of the day is like when I'm the most tired because I'm just waiting around at this point between just watching the sessions and waiting around. But then once I hop in the car and a few coffees, then it's bouncing. All good, Ross?
All good, mate.
How was that festival?
Glastonbury.
What was it called?
Glastonbury.
Glastonbury. Was it good?
Glastonbury if you're American. Glastonbury if you're not.
Glastonbury. Glastonbury.
When we don't have any problems, it'll be a nice, quiet evening for me. If something goes wrong, it's going to be busy.
The team will send back 12 to 15 test items. Between each and every run of that, we have to then do a baseline, so go back to and make sure that the feeling is true and that we're getting the right feedback. That then starts to compound, obviously, the amount of running that we do and can sometimes limit it. So typically I'll hop in around at the end of FP2 after we finish our debrief.
Yeah, clearly the track was quicker. Looking at the lap time, we were doing lap times of the C5, so yeah, it was quite a lot better than the morning.
One of the things about having the helmet on is because he's got restricted view through here. He can't see any of the room other than the screen and the top of the chassis, so it just helps with the absorption, so that when he's driving, it helps to believe he's really in that space.
I'm in a race car.
He's really doing it, yeah.
We'll have the run 1, which could be XYZ test, trying XYZ on the rear, front, whatever. Give my feedback.
Pierre had some bouncing that was limiting, especially like turn 3, for example. You know, you said that it was difficult on traction and stuff, and he was saying the same.
That goes straight into a report, next test.
Did you feel we got similar to
I think so, baseline.
To the baseline?
Yeah, definitely.
We always have, a couple of ideas we want to test, which we don't have time here, so we give it to Jack. He tested in the simulator.
The driver and engineer in the morning can then choose out of what was best, what if they might want to try for FP3.
No, very valuable, and I think he does a great job.
You know, I know how tough of a job that is. You know, you are locked in the cave, throughout the whole night. It is a very tough one to be doing, but Jack is obviously doing a good job.
Well,
okay.
See you boys in Budapest. If only it was that easy.
If only.
Long session.
Yeah. Oh. Just need to let my eyes rest, not look at a screen. Almost just need like cold water, just splash.
I'm gonna get some air with you because I'm starting to see double.
It's a long sim session done. We're into the well early hours of the morning. Time to go and get a couple hours sleep before my transfer.
Good morning, guys. It is day 3. I've only had a very, very little sleep after I think got back to the hotel 2:45, and then probably to sleep at 3:30 after trying to switch off 3:30, 3:45, and then was up at 6 or just before and transferred to the airport. So I'm here with fellow driver Louis.
Crazy, I'm the best dressed ever. Lazy is a word I'll never. Come face me. Do you think that's clever? When I can take it.
So just landed into Budapest, and I'll be on my way to the track. Yeah, gonna be happy when I get there.
Now you're listening. 'Cause here comes the
Wild 72 hours. It's been a lot. We've had 2 awesome days of testing in Silverstone in our testing a previous cars program, and then a full day into the night on the simulator last night, which was hectic. But late night, I got about an hour and a half sleep, and then we're straight here, finally in the paddock. So I'm super stoked to be here. Can get straight into the debrief now and get underway, which I'm super happy to do. And
Well, how good is this? I'm going to get to drive around the magnificent Spa Grand Prix circuit in this Arrows A11 from 1989. My 69th different F1 car. It was driven by my good friends Derek Warwick and Eddie Cheever. It was quite a successful car. Derek finished 6th here in Spa in this car. Eddie Cheever finished on the podium in Phoenix. And in the parade as well is going to be Thierry Boutsen, one of my old rivals from F1. I'm so grateful that it's dry, and we'll take a look at which way the circuit goes. Yeah, there's a wonderful collection of cars in this demonstration. Here we go. That's ours. Very tight right-hander. Second gear, cascading down the hill. Into Eau Rouge and Radion. Over the top is Radion. Make sure we don't breach track limits there. Sweep onto the Camel straight. Heading the rev limiter in top there. We'll try 3rd gear. Don't play with the throttle too much, Martin. And then we're into Malmedy. Downhill to Rivage next. Long right, got to be a bit patient through here.
Try and get a late apex, sweep to the right-hand side. And then down the hill. Throw it into Pouot. It's very front-endy, this car. Back end trying to step out on me through there. Fanya chicane. Course with a bit cold, a bit fluffy at the lower revs. Into Stavilo. And look at this glorious countryside. The longest circuit on the Formula One calendar. 7 kilometres, 4 1/3 miles, Longsimont corner. And then brake in a straight line. For the chicane, heel and toe. Down to second gear. Really tight. Pit lane entry there. You need a good exit down the right hand side. This car really looks incredible. It was short but sweet, really enjoyed that.
It ran perfectly, the engine and gearbox was sweet as. And it's nice to get another chance to drive an F1 car around this majestic circuit.
Oscar Piastri takes the checkered flag and will stand on the top step of a Grand Prix podium.
Oscar Piastri, Grand Prix winner. Still getting used to it?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's cool. It's very, very cool, don't get me wrong. But it'll still take a bit more time for it to fully sink in. Like, it sunk in more than it did immediately post-race, but it'll still take a bit more time. Summer break will help with that, I think.
Did you take the trophy to bed? Did you sleep with the trophy that night?
No, I haven't seen the trophy since we took the photos with it. The team get to keep it, so I will be requesting my replica soon enough, I'm sure. But no, I did not take it to bed with me. And I mean, I know Lando's history with Hungarian trophies, so I...
Well, we saw you jump on it and hold it when he did his champagne smash. It was
yeah,
great.
there was good reason for that.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen it unfold before. I was not letting it happen to me.
At any point during that race, were you worried when Lando pitted first and you were in the lead and you knew he was going to then have the advantage?
Okay, Oscar, Lando has pitted to make sure he covers Hamilton. We'll manage that situation.
Oscar has had the radio message again to say, don't worry about Lando.
There goes Lando Norris, ahead of his teammate.
We discussed all of these things before the race, and you know, for me, it was explained very thoroughly before the race and in the race.
Once you get to Lando, we will swap position. We'll swap position.
Do you want to let Oscar through?
We should have boxed him first and surely, no?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, it does. For me, maybe.
So, you know, I fully get why Lando was asking questions, and you know, no one's going to want to give up the lead, but you know, I think we all remembered that, you know, certain decisions and the pit stop order were made because of the trust with me and Lando. You know, if we were racing each other with no other threats around us, we probably would have pitted in a very different order. So it's very important that that trust is there and we're able to execute those situations like that.
Oscar Piastri can see Lando Norris going very slowly down the straight. Oscar Piastri takes the lead of this race, and that was the right thing to do.
It was fair just to give the position back. Oscar's done a lot for me in the past and helped me in many races. He drove a better race than I did, you know, he got a better start. He deserved it, and it was the right thing to do, so.
The open point that we left was, if we had have swapped back immediately, would we have been racing all the way to the end? I mean, that probably would have been the question I would have had, I guess. And you know, if that had have been the case in the race on the weekend, then that would have been completely fine with me. Ultimately, I race for McLaren, and if they need me to help with the team's objectives, and whether that is winning a world championship with Lando in the drivers' standings, then you know, I'll do what's asked of me. And you know, I think it would be the same the other way around. Later in the year, if that's a realistic thing, then yes, I'll do my part. But for now, you know, because you get 25 points for a win, it doesn't take that much to be in a similar place to Lando in the driver's standings. So if I get called for it, I'll do it. But until then, I'll do as best as I can to finish as high as I can.
So can McLaren win the Constructors' Championship this year?
I think definitely. I think we've closed the gap massively in the last, I don't know how many races it is now, but 6 or 7 since Miami, basically. Last weekend, we took a massive haul of points out of Red Bull. You know, it wasn't that long ago that the gap was 100 plus.
What about you, Orlando? Can one of you win the drivers?
I think that would be a big task. I think obviously for Orlando, it's more realistic than me at this stage. But like I said, it doesn't take too many races and too many big results, whether that's a win or a second or a DNF, for the picture to change a lot.
Do you think you're ruthless enough?
I think
to
so.
win the World Championship, to really have the success that you're driving deserves?
Just because I'm calm doesn't mean that I'm not ruthless. You know, there's been a lot of tough situations through my career where you need to get your elbows out, and you know, I think I said last year, you know, I don't want to be seen as a pest on track, but you have to earn your respect, and you know, I feel like that's something that I've done, and try to race people hard but fair. I definitely think I'm ruthless enough, but yeah, that doesn't have to come at the expense of being calm and a nice person as well.
Holy.
Jeez. Aïe, aïe, aïe.
C'est pas Antoine?
Five years ago, during the F2 race at the Belgian Grand Prix, tragedy struck in an on-track incident that resulted in the death of Antoine Hubert and left Juan Manuel Correa fighting for his life. Well, you and Antoine were obviously fierce competitors on track, but from what I hear, you guys are also friends outside of the racetrack. So what memories do you have of him?
Yeah, well, I met him in GP3. We shared our first season together in 2018, so we got to know each other, and he was a very fun guy. Then we went together to Formula 2 for 2019, and a few of the best memories I had with him was probably going out after a couple of the races. I think in Monaco, we went out together, and he was a nice guy, just really fun, easygoing, quite fast, but when you would see him outside of the track, you wouldn't think that he was such a fierce competitor inside of it, because he was just very chill. So we got along well. He was a bit older than me, but he saw me coming up through the ranks, and we ended up racing together. Yeah.
What is it like for you to come back here?
It's starting to feel more and more like just a normal race weekend. It's been already a few weekends that I come back here to race. I've done it in F3. I did it last year in F2. So right now I'm sort of focused in my season, working with a team. Of course, Spa will always have a special meaning for me, and it brings back those memories, but it's still a track that I enjoy, and it's one more race weekend in the Calgary.
For some who may not know, after the aftermath of that crash, you went through a lot. Can you just talk through some of the things you were going through and what really was your mindset when you initially came out of the coma?
Well, in the beginning it was survival instincts, seeing if I was even going to make it out of the hospital. The injuries were very complicated, and then once the progression became apparent with injuries and there was a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, it was about deciding what I wanted to do for the rest of my life, if I wanted to race again, which for me was always a pretty clear yes, but most people didn't think it was going to be possible. And I think the whole psychological recovery was very tough as well. It was not just the physical side of it.
I can totally imagine. It's I mean, wonderful to hear you say that racing was one of the first things that came to your mind, because after all, it is your passion. But obviously at that point in time, that seemed like something that was so far away. So what was your thought process in how you potentially get yourself back to that, and what were the initial steps you wanted to take?
So I realized that I needed something to look forward to in order to go through with the recovery process. Since I opted to save my right leg and not amputate it, the doctors explained to me that it was going to be a multi-year, very painful and long process to get it back into a working shape, let's say, with many reconstruction surgeries. So immediately I was like, okay, I need something to look forward to because I'm somebody that works with goals. I always need what's next. And that's where I asked myself, okay, what do you want to do? Do I want to go back to uni and have a normal life? Do I want to race again? And for me, the racing was always there in the back of my mind because I had sacrificed so much for it. I loved it, even after the crash. So I decided early on that was going to be my goal, to come back, to race again. And it seemed like something crazy, but I am a bit crazy, and it gave me that motivation.
And what about the rehabilitation process? Because obviously you came from, such a tough physical state where, from what I hear, when you first got out of bed, you needed to learn to walk again. So to think you're going to go from that to racing a car again, it sounds like it's quite a journey to go on. So what was the rehabilitation process like for you?
It was long. So first we had to rebuild my leg. So that was around 20 or so surgeries just to rebuild little by little the leg. I lost bone. We had to regrow the bone. It was very complex. Then it was a lot of management of pain. So it wasn't only like, okay, let's grow the bone and now I can walk, and like a normal fracture. There was a lot of damage to the nerves, to the joints, and that generates pain. And in a way, I would say my recovery was, I was back running before I could even walk. And what I mean by that is I did my first test in a race car and I was still in crutches. I couldn't walk by myself yet. I am lucky that I'm a race car driver and not a football player, because my career would have been done. And then a lot of it came through trial and error inside the car. Like, okay, this is comfortable. This is a position that suits me best. For example, I lost a lot of movement in my right ankle, so I found a way to put the throttle pedal in an angle where I can still reach the 100% throttle and feel comfortable. So even now, I cannot do any high-impact sports, so I'm still quite limited with what I can do, but racing is something that I am able to do 100%, so I'm lucky.
Well, it sounds like quite an incredible journey, and one that you must have had so much self-strength and mental strength to be able to persevere through those tough moments. But I want to know, what were you feeling and thinking when you first completed your first lap since the accident?
I felt like this feels fast. I lost a bit that instinct, that feeling, and I had months to imagine what it would feel like to be back in a car, and I always assumed that it was going to be like riding a bike, just jump back into it and I'm going to be fast straight away. And when I did my first test, I realized it was going to be much more difficult than I anticipated, but it was a huge sense of accomplishment.
And what about the people around you? I mean, how much support did you get, firstly, in your journey to getting back in a race car, but once you actually completed those first laps and decided to go back racing, how much support did you have?
A lot, and that was a crucial part of the recovery, starting with my family, people close to me, friends, to my team. The team that I was with when I had the crash, they were very supportive all through the whole process, and also the team that took me, which was ART Grand Prix, they took a gamble. So, and not to mention also the whole community, F1, F2, F3. I think the crash shook up everybody in the community, and I really felt the support of the paddock, the fans, but also the people close to me, and it was a vital point for me to come back.
Sounds like a lot of things had to come together between yourself, the people around you, all the circumstances to be right to get you back to where you are today. What would you say the key factors were to keep you persevering through that time?
I think it was just perseverance and not giving up. It's cliche, but it's true. There were countless days where I could not see any light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes the progress would get better, then much worse. I had so many people, especially doctors, that told me I was crazy to even think about driving again. And I think just taking charge of my own process was very important, and I just listened to my body and I did what felt right for me, and I pushed through, and it made some people uncomfortable, but in the end I think it was the right decision. So, and even once I got back into the car, that wasn't really the end of it for me, because now I had to fight it to be competitive again. And at this level how tough it is to be competitive, even if you have no accident. So to get back to the level I'm at right now has been, I would say, almost as difficult as the whole medical rehabilitation.
And these cars are not the easiest cars to drive, right? F3 and F2, I mean, it's physically really challenging. So can you talk to me about the challenges you went through physically and mentally also? Like, was it emotional to get back in the car and compete at this level?
Yeah, there was a lot of emotional recovery I had to do, and I think after the crash, I became much more aware of the dangers that before I was just ignorance is bliss, you know, and I was like, oh, nothing's gonna happen, you know, the cars are so safe. So I think there was a bit of that to be able to race again and to race hard and to go for the gap. Then the physical component, these cars are not easy to drive. I was sitting in a wheelchair for about a year, so when I hopped back on, I was not at a very good physical level, and it was tough. I remember the first few races I did in F3. Midway through the race, I was tired. I didn't have the cardiovascular capacity.
And I remember we bumped into each other in the paddock in Miami. I think it was in 2022.
Yes.
And you'd mentioned to me that you even had fractures from some of the driving.
Yeah.
So you were still not 100% feeling, confident that you were at the level physically as well to keep competing.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, the first 2 years, 21, 22 in F3, I really was like a half-time race driver, half-time hospital patient, because I was still doing surgeries here and there. I was still going to rehab full-time. In 2022, I started the season. I fractured my leg in the first race in Bahrain during the race. And that was just from a stress fracture, because I was overdoing it with the rehab to be ready for the season. So there was a lot of like, you know, take one step forward, 2 steps back, reset, okay, what's the plan now? And I think that played a lot into the psychological side of I need to be competitive to stay in this game. And it gave me a lot of pressure, but I think I managed it well.
Well, 5 years ago, on the 22nd of June, you stood on the podium with Antoine in France. And then 5 years later, exactly to the day, I mean, it couldn't be more poetic, you stood on the podium in Barcelona.
And what a story for Juan Manuel Correa. An extraordinary return, 5 years to the day that he shared the rostrum with Antoine Hubert.
Isn't that crazy? The coincidence? I didn't know until right after.
5 years ago, during the F2 race at the Belgian Grand Prix, tragedy struck in an on-track incident that resulted in the death of Antoine Hubert and left Juan Manuel Correa fighting for his life. Well, you and Antoine were obviously fierce competitors on track, but from what I hear, you guys are also friends outside of the racetrack. So what memories do you have of him?
Yeah, well, I met him in GP3. We shared our first season together in 2018, so we got to know each other, and he was a very fun guy. Then we went together to Formula 2 for 2019, and a few of the best memories I had with him was probably going out after a couple of the races. I think in Monaco, we went out together, and he was a nice guy, just really fun, easygoing, quite fast, but when you would see him outside of the track, you wouldn't think that he was such a fierce competitor inside of it, because he was just very chill. So we got along well. He was a bit older than me, but he saw me coming up through the ranks, and we ended up racing together. Yeah.
What is it like for you to come back here?
It's starting to feel more and more like just a normal race weekend. It's been already a few weekends that I come back here to race. I've done it in F3. I did it last year in F2. So right now I'm sort of focused in my season, working with a team. Of course, Spa will always have a special meaning for me, and it brings back those memories, but it's still a track that I enjoy, and it's one more race weekend in the gallery.
For some who may not know, after the aftermath of that crash, you went through a lot. Can you just talk through some of the things you were going through and what really was your mindset when you initially came out of the coma?
Well, in the beginning it was survival instincts, seeing if I was even going to make it out of the hospital. The injuries were very complicated, and then once the progression became apparent with injuries and there was a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, it was about deciding what I wanted to do for the rest of my life, if I wanted to race again, which for me was always a pretty clear yes, but most people didn't think it was going to be possible. And I think the whole psychological recovery was very tough as well. It was not just the physical side of it.
I can totally imagine. It's I mean, wonderful to hear you say that racing was one of the first things that came to your mind, because after all, it is your passion. But obviously at that point in time, that seemed like something that was so far away. So what was your thought process in how you potentially get yourself back to that, and what were the initial steps you wanted to take?
So I realized that I needed something to look forward to in order to go through with the recovery process. Since I opted to save my right leg and not amputate it, the doctors explained to me that it was going to be a multi-year, very painful and long process to get it back into a working shape, let's say, with many reconstruction surgeries. So immediately I was like, okay, I need something to look forward to, because I'm somebody that works with goals. I always need what's next. And that's where I asked myself, okay, what do you want to do? Do I want to go back to uni and have a normal life? Do I want to race again? And for me, the racing was always there in the back of my mind, because I had sacrificed so much for it. I loved it, even after the crash. So I decided early on that was going to be my goal, to come back, to race again. And it seemed like something crazy, but I am a bit crazy, and it gave me that motivation.
And what about the rehabilitation process? Because obviously you came from, such a tough physical state, where, from what I hear, when you first got out of bed, you needed to learn to walk again. So to think you're going to go from that to racing a car again, it sounds like it's quite a journey to go on. So what was the rehabilitation process like for you?
It was long. So first we had to rebuild my leg. So that was around 20 or so surgeries just to rebuild little by little the leg. I lost bone. We had to regrow the bone. It was very complex. Then it was a lot of management of pain. So it wasn't only like, okay, let's grow the bone and now I can walk, and like a normal fracture. There was a lot of damage to the nerves, to the joints, and that generates pain. And in a way, I would say my recovery was, I was back running before I could even walk. And what I mean by that is I did my first test in a race car and I was still in crutches. I couldn't walk by myself yet. I am lucky that I'm a race car driver and not a football player, because my career would have been done. And then a lot of it came through trial and error inside the car. Like, okay, this is comfortable. This is the position that suits me best. For example, I lost a lot of movement in my right ankle, so I found a way to put the throttle pedal in an angle where I can still reach the 100% throttle and feel comfortable. So even now, I cannot do any high-impact sports, so I'm still quite limited with what I can do, but racing is something that I am able to do 100%, so I'm lucky.
Well, it sounds like quite an incredible journey, and one that you must have had so much self-strength and mental strength to be able to persevere through those tough moments. But I want to know, what were you feeling and thinking when you first completed your first lap since the accident?
I felt like this feels fast. I lost a bit that instinct, that feeling, you know, and I had months to imagine what it would feel like to be back in a car, and I always assumed that it was going to be like riding a bike, you know, just jump back into it and I'm going to be fast straight away. And when I did my first test, I realized it was going to be much more difficult than I anticipated, but it was a huge sense of accomplishment.
And what about the people around you? I mean, how much support did you get, firstly, in your journey to getting back in a race car, but once you actually completed those first laps and decided to go back racing, how much support did you have?
A lot, and that was a crucial part of the recovery, starting with my family, people close to me, friends, to my team. The team that I was with when I had the crash, they were very supportive all through the whole process, and also the team that took me, which was ART Grand Prix, they took a gamble. So, and not to mention also the whole community, F1, F2, F3. I think the crash shook up everybody in the community, and I really felt the support of the paddock, the fans, but also the people close to me, and it was a vital point for me to come back.
Sounds like a lot of things had to come together between yourself, the people around you, all the circumstances to be right to get you back to where you are today. What would you say the key factors were to keep you persevering through that time?
I think it was just perseverance and not giving up. It's cliche, but it's true. You know, there were countless days where I could not see any light at the end of the tunnel. Sometimes the progress would get better, then much worse. I had so many people, especially doctors, that told me I was crazy to even think about driving again. And I think just taking charge of my own process was very important, and I just listened to my body and I did what felt right for me, and I pushed through, and it made some people uncomfortable, but in the end I think it was the right decision. So, and even once I got back into the car, that wasn't really the end of it for me, because now I had to fight it to be competitive again. And you know, at this level how tough it is to be competitive, even if you have no accident. So to get back to the level I'm at right now has been, I would say, almost as difficult as the whole medical rehabilitation.
And these cars are not the easiest cars to drive, right? F3 and F2, I mean, it's physically really challenging. So can you talk to me about the challenges you went through physically and mentally also? Like, was it emotional to get back in the car and compete at this level?
Yeah, there was a lot of emotional recovery I had to do, and I think after the crash, I became much more aware of the dangers that before I was just ignorance is bliss, you know, and I was like, oh, nothing's going to happen, you know, the cars are so safe. So I think there was a bit of that to be able to race again and to race hard and to go for the gap. Then the physical component, these cars are not easy to drive. I was sitting in a wheelchair for about a year, so when I hopped back on, I was not at a very good physical level, and it was tough. I remember the first few races I did in F3. Midway through the race, I was tired. I didn't have the cardiovascular capacity.
And I remember we bumped into each other in the paddock in Miami. I think it was in 2022.
Yes.
And you'd mentioned to me that you even had fractures from some of the driving.
Yeah.
So you were still not 100% feeling, confident that you were at the level physically as well to keep competing.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, the first 2 years, 21, 22 in F3, I really was like a half-time race driver, half-time hospital patient, because I was still doing surgeries here and there. I was still going to rehab full-time. In 2022, I started the season. I fractured my leg in the first race in Bahrain during the race. And that was just from a stress fracture, because I was overdoing it with the rehab to be ready for the season. So there was a lot of like, you know, take one step forward, 2 steps back, reset, okay, what's the plan now? And I think that played a lot into the psychological side of I need to be competitive to stay in this game, and it gave me a lot of pressure, but I think I managed it well.
Well, 5 years ago, on the 22nd of June, you stood on the podium with Antoine in France. And then 5 years later, exactly to the day, I mean, it couldn't be more poetic, you stood on the podium in Barcelona.
And what a story for Juan Manuel Correa. An extraordinary return, 5 years to the day that he shared the rostrum with Antoine Hubert.
Isn't that crazy? The coincidence? I didn't know until right after I got the podium. Somebody told me and I was like, holy. It's just crazy, you know, I guess when people see me here, they hear my story and they're like, oh, like, yeah, that's super cool, how nice. But if people would have seen me in the hospital bed after the accident, what the doctors were saying, what the prognostics were, even for me, I was there to now look back at that and see that I got a podium this year. It's really crazy. And I was talking about this with my family because they were with me through the worst of it. And I'm just blessed, you know, I'm so lucky to have this life, to have these opportunities again, to still be in this category at this level, doing what I love. I mean, what else could I ask?
It's such a wonderful journey, and I think such an inspiring one for people watching at home and for everyone really, even in this paddock. I'd love to know, looking forward, what are the goals? What would you like to still achieve in your career?
Well, I want to be professional. Right now I'm sort of still building myself, racing my level, enjoying this category, which is probably one of the most competitive in the world. And we'll see what the future holds. You know, I've done a bit of endurance the last 2 years together with formulas. I enjoy it very much. I could see a future there. IndyCar is a category I'm very attracted to. F1, who knows? If things go well in F2, there could always be a door open. So I am figuring it out, but the only thing I can tell you is I'm enjoying the process.
I did read a quote somewhere where you said that this whole experience gave you the level of perspective that some people never get to have in their whole lifetime. Can you tell me some of the positive things that you maybe have learned or how it's changed you for the better?
Oh, there's so many positives. One is that the perspective I have on life now, I think nobody I've really met my age has it. I think most people wait their whole lives until they see death to really see it the way I saw it when I had the accident.
From the horror of Spa 2019 to third place in a Formula 2 feature race, and you can see what it means to him. Well done, JM Correa.
And it's changed me in the way that I know there are other things apart from racing. This is my life right now. I love it, but I can see farther than that, and I think that's something that a lot of drivers don't do. And it just allows me to enjoy a bit the process a bit more, even the tough times. You know, these championships, they put a lot of pressure on you. There's a lot of up and downs, and I think psychologically it's not easy, but I am able to appreciate that a lot more than what I did before.
Well, I think your story is an incredible one, as I've said already, but it's also an incredible one of how the human spirit can really overcome any terrible circumstances. So, yeah, if there's anything from your perspective you'd like to share with people that you think that they should know they have in themselves, please do.
Well, they do, and I didn't know I could do it, what I did. I had a lot of self-doubt, and then something just came over me, and I got on with it. I didn't feel sorry for myself, and here I am 5 years later with this amazing story, but I'm just a normal dude, you know, and you could have done it. I think anybody, if they would have just trusted themselves and worked through the pain and taken it step by step and kept themselves motivated, it's something that it's very possible. We are much stronger than we think. I found that I thought I was strong. When I went through this, I realized like there's a lot more strength behind me, and yeah, it was a bit of a journey of self-discovery as well, and I think a lot of people would be able to do the same.
Amazing. Well, I wish you the absolute best out there this weekend, and absolutely for your future as well.
Thank you.
Well, this is definitely the place. A4, Great West Road. It's around here somewhere. Is this a gym? Hello. Oh, look at this. Impressive. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
You good?
Nice place you got here. Do your days off always start with a gym session?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, unfortunately, yeah. Well, look, I've got my gym kit, so I want you to train me like a Formula One driver.
Yeah, sure. Oh,
all right,
good.
I'll go and change.
Come on, Joe.
That's 35, 38, yes, 40 kilos. Come on.
That was good effort.
What have I got?
32.
32?
2.9, yeah.
It's not so bad. Thanks very much. The workout.
Enjoy the session.
It's good.
You will enjoy more tomorrow morning, though.
Will I?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so thanks for that. What else do you like to do on a day off then?
As you know, I love fashion, so I like to go to shops, go shopping in town, just finding some cool stuff. So.
All right. Okay, well, a trip into town. I've got the perfect vehicle for you.
That's really cool.
Nice.
Spider.
It's maybe not as fast as your Alfa Romeo, but just as cool.
Yeah, I like it. It's.
Good. Do you want to drive?
You can drive it.
I'll drive it. All right.
Very easy.
Let's go.
Very good.
So what was it about Spain? Obviously, we come to Montreal off Spain, your best result of the season equal with Melbourne.
Yeah, the start opening lap was really good. I think one of the best I did. Gaining 4 positions.
What was particularly impressive for me about Spain was that there was no drama.
Oh, no.
You were there purely on
the pace.
Purely on pace.
I was really happy for that.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
We are P9.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Whoop, just popped out a second there.
I think we are here.
Ah, I need that gym strength.
Is there no, there's no power steering?
No, there's no power steering. Thank you. Good. The Alpha,
yeah.
She got us there. To be honest, I need a bit of help, so you're going to style me.
Yeah, okay. This is a nice store, you know.
Oh, well, very nice. Listen, my propensity is for shorts and sandals, so Joe, I'm clearly a guy who needs help. If you weren't a racing driver, would you like to work in fashion?
Yeah, I do actually. You know, the outfits I come to the track on Thursday, it's not by any clothes set or anything picked. It's all just by myself that I pick. I feel like this is the real me, and yeah, these are nice, aren't they?
Nice one, Pete.
These purple ones.
Look at these magnificent trousers.
This is cool, huh? That's more like it.
I feel magnificent. Am I wearing it right?
Yeah, it suits you.
Sold.
Looks like me, we can walk together now on Thursday when we arrive on the paddock. So.
What are you doing? Oh, 2. All right.
Feels so good. You have no idea how it feels.
Well, after all that shopping, it's lunch. So this is the way you get on your. I tell you, your days off are pretty action-packed. I'm loving it so far.
Yeah.
What do we do at the hot pot?
Hot pot, many of you know, is my favorite like kind of Chinese dish.
It's quite actually. People might not realise there's quite a healthy karting scene in Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, I won basically everything that was possible in China.
Yeah.
So, in a very young age, and yeah, I decided to move to UK.
And to Sheffield. So what was the reason you settled there?
Yeah.
As a what, 11-year-old, 12-year-old?
Yeah, 11 years old.
Wow. You were at a secondary school there and you did your GCSEs?
Yeah,
what did you
I got 1A as well.
Oh, good.
But A+ because it's Chinese. The exam, it took like 40 minutes.
Right.
I did it like within 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they was like, are you sure you finished? I was like, yeah, and I got A star. So.
And before you could do A-levels or college or something like that, you were off into Formula 4 and Formula 3.
Yeah, that was another huge step, let's say, in terms of my career because I was able to get picked by obviously the Driver Academy of Ferrari, and it was a really good step, you know.
But listen, what I do know about China and Chinese sports, and you look at their success at the Olympics, is that they like winners.
For people in China, we like to just victories, but now I think they're really proud of me, and once they starting understand really about what Formula 1 really is, and to be the only one represent my home, I think yes, it's something really great honor.
All right, well listen, thank you so much. 谢谢. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
I got
correct.
the pronunciation?
Yeah, that's good.
Excellent. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Sainz, who started on pole and didn't get the win in Malta, does it tonight in Singapore. Carlos Sainz wins the Singapore Grand Prix.
Well, Yuki, thanks for having us in Tokyo. Springtime, cherry blossoms on the trees.
I know.
It's beautiful.
So beautiful. And I haven't seen cherry blossom quite a long time because I'm always away in April time from Japan, so yeah, it's very good to see.
Well, listen, I know a good coffee place that does some excellent pastries, so come with me. Well, Yuki, you're driving brilliantly at the moment. What have you learnt that works for you in terms of having the car underneath you? You're what, 4th year in Formula 1 now?
Feel much bigger confidence compared to the last 3 years. Pretty happy with my performance in qualifying especially, so I feel like I'm controlling the car, you know, I'm controlling the car fully.
Local boy Yuki Tsunoda pleases the fans.
Well done, guys.
Because how did you get into motor racing in the first place?
My dad was doing kind of racing called Gymkhana. They're using like just normal car. He was even professional as well, so yeah, it's not like a complete out of nowhere. We knew kind of what a motorsports is, but the first try was just very casual. Just we saw the go-kart track, so we just went there at 4 years old, and I tried. Apparently, because of 4 years old, I don't remember, but you know, I said I really want to do this. You know, it's very, it just feels like I can enjoy a lot and I can push a lot. So we kind of casually started since then.
And what were those karting days like?
My dad and me, I was doing always, we're in track. I would say every week, but for sure once in 2 weeks. And he was doing my mechanics until 14 years old.
Okay.
So we're working all the time together. My basic driving skill is coming from my dad.
Now, Yuki, consider this pan au chocolat.
It's very Italian, isn't it?
Well, I think
French maybe actually.
It is French, but I think it typifies the Japanese attention to detail, search for excellence.
That's true.
And the way the layers of pastry are perfectly formed. Are these qualities perhaps that you search for, strive for in your driving? Precision, excellence, attention to detail?
So when I say the Japanese food, they does really good, you know, everything actually. We are very precise, probably in general things, you know, like we're quite famous as electronic company manufacturers. Some, you know, car build, you know, they're very safe and reliable. In general culture here, we always face for or target for like perfection, you know.
Did you know, Yuki, that you are one of the most popular, if not the most popular F1 driver in 10 to 14-year-old kids?
Probably I looks like 10 to 14 years old, that's why, you know, for them it's look familiar.
My daughter came back from school, she said, "Daddy, do you know Yuki Tsunoda?" Yeah, I do, yeah.
Really?
Oh, he looks cool, I like him.
Thank you. I mean, you know, I heard 11. a lot of young kids, you know, supporting me and, you know, very appreciated. Very important generation, so very happy to hear.
Yeah, well, good. I think they admire your driving as well. I mean, obviously there was the Bahrain race, which was frustrating. Was it good to kind of get that out of the way, clear the air with Daniel, and now you've been able to move on?
Yuki, driver swap.
Are you kidding me now? He's not fast. He's not fast at all.
Tsunoda's still behind Daniel Ricciardo.
What? I'll save it. It's a helmet.
I would say that race was kind of that race that kind of clicks myself that I really have to change. It's not the what behavior does what I want. And after that, I'm able to prove at least last 2 races. Obviously, to continue it will be much difficult, but at the same time, me and Daniel still we have good relationship. We still keep sharing each other our opinion to drive the car fast and to develop the car as much as possible.
What about the future finally, Yuki? You're a Red Bull driver, but you've also for what, 8 years, 9 years been a Honda driver? Do you think it's more likely that you'll follow Red Bull in the future? Because Honda in 2026 are going to Aston Martin.
Yeah, that's true.
So is it more likely that you'll stay with Honda or stay with Red Bull and maybe try and get a seat at Red Bull Racing?
No, definitely those two manufacturers. Without them, obviously I wouldn't be here. I love Red Bull. I'm very proud that, very happy that I'm able to be in the Red Bull family as well. And obviously Honda, I was with them since 17 years old. So it's really more like up to them probably. For now, I just have to focus on my driving. Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, listen, you're not only very popular with the 10 to 14-year-olds, you're very popular with the rest of us as well.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
So keep it up and keep fighting and have a great home race. We look forward to it.
Thanks, Ed.
The memory of the first win really ranks extremely high in my career because it was such a long time in the making.
Nico Rosberg has waited until his 111th Grand Prix for this moment.
I started in F1 in 2006 and it was quite an up and down journey, maybe more difficult also than I would have hoped. And it took a long time really to get towards the front of the grid and to get towards having a chance to win that first race. Mercedes took over the Braun GP team, and of course they were world champions, but when Mercedes took over, the performance curve was very much downward. Yeah, every year we got worse and worse until we got to 2012, and then suddenly we came to China, and this track just completely suited our car out of nowhere, completely unexpected. We were just so rapid here.
It's a great track. I enjoy coming here. I'm full of hope and very motivated and think that I can do really well.
Nico Rosberg puts his car on pole.
The qualifying session worked really, really well, and it was amazing how fast we were and how dominant I was able to be. And then I was like on pole by half a second. Michael went out and did another run and still didn't come closer to me. So the tension was very, very high going into the race because no one expected that we could actually win this.
Happy with that? Yeah, for sure. No, it's great. Yeah, definitely. Awesome.
Will Michael Schumacher take a race win today, or will it be his teammate Nico Rosberg?
Sitting on the grid then in pole position, of course there's excitement, but there's also fear essentially. Like, is my teammate Michael Schumacher going to beat me to this first win, or is our car going to fall apart? There were so many unknowns.
A magnificent race awaits us, and who knows who's going to end up winning this. And it's lights out and away we go in Shanghai, and Rosberg gets a great start. Schumacher left trailing in his wake.
I remember Michael Schumacher was really putting a lot of pressure on me in the first couple of laps, and you never know, is it that he's using the tires way too much and you're actually saving tires, or is he just seriously rapid? I mean, it's Michael Schumacher, he's the greatest of all time. And it turned out that he was just using his tires way too much, so after a couple of laps, I then pulled clear, and I had a massive gap of 6 or 7 seconds.
Michael Schumacher peeling off into the grass, the first man out of this race this afternoon.
Michael pulled over and was out of the race. And of course, yeah, he was my main rival. Just amazing how slowly you come to the realization that this is going to be my first ever race win in Formula One, and I'm finally going to get it.
For the third consecutive year, Nico Rosberg leads the Chinese Grand Prix. Can he make it stick this time?
In the years past, really the doubt comes, am I ever going to win a race? Of course it creeps in. After so many years of trying, it was my 111th race. So of course you get doubts, like maybe I'm never going to win a Formula One race.
Button pits now. He's going to have to overtake Rosberg to win the race.
Has that lost Jenson Button this race?
I strongly suspect so.
It's been 2005, a long wait since his last win in motorsports. It's his first win now coming up in Formula One. It's Nico Rosberg who wins in China. A fantastic result for both driver and team.
Brilliant job, Nico. Brilliant. Fantastic.
What a day for Mercedes after 57 years since their last win in F1 in 1955.
Very, very special day, and I've been lucky enough to have a few, and this really ranks up there as one of the best days.
Of course, that win was another breakthrough for us as a team Mercedes, you know, on the way to this great period of domination. To share it with the team, you know, friends, family, everybody was going crazy. I really understood, okay, I have what it takes to win a Formula One race. I have what it takes to beat a Michael Schumacher, the greatest of all time at the time. Yeah, this track has a special place in my heart.
Turned on Wi-Fi and Bluetooth to try and disrupt the...
Can you see that? It's just all lies. Lando, welcome to the den. You're probably aware of our work. This is Russ. Say hello to Russ.
Hi Russ, how are you?
Okay, Lando. No talking. Are you Lando Norris?
Yes.
Okay, good. Do you live in Monaco? Yep. Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Do you have many girlfriends?
Yes.
Formula One drivers, it's not fair. Are you the best British driver on the current Formula One grid? The other two, by the way, are Lewis Hamilton and George Russell.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Yes.
No. Well, that was quite quick as well, wasn't it, Russ? That is, I love it when that kind of stuff happens. Who is the best then?
Lewis.
Will you win a race in 2024?
Yes.
Big question. You believe it? You think this is a good car, do you?
No. I'm just fed up of not believing, so I decided to change my attitude.
Russ. Seriously, control yourself. Did you want to have a poster of Alex Albon on your wall?
Yeah. It was one of the first ever days I went to watch go-karts. We just went to go watch one of the races, and Alex was there. And this was when I was like 6 years old. And this was the time I was more of a MotoGP fan than Formula One. So I was Valentino Rossi, like everything.
Yeah.
And he was number 46. So like straight away I was like, wow, it's Valentino. But then I also noticed he had, I think on his helmet was in the font of the Doctor. So I could tell he was also a Rossi fan. As soon as I knew he was a Rossi fan, I was like, wow, he's a cool guy. He was a guy I looked up to when I was like starting. Alex was like winning races and was, you know, winning championships and all those things. So.
Have you ever laughed so hard you yourself? You're not doing it now, are you?
I just did. I want to say no, but I feel like I might have done.
So do I. I think we all want to say that.
I think everyone has, right?
I think
so
we just all accept
I'm just going to say yes.
Yeah. Would you still drive for McLaren if they halved your salary?
Yes.
I knew it. In it for the money. That's a lie. Did it really you off when Oscar won the Qatar Sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you better all-round sportsman than Oscar?
No.
That's good because he said yes. He thought he was better all-round
Really?
sportsman than you.
Yeah, something he would say.
He would say that. He's so like that, isn't he? Could you take George in a fight?
Like fist fight?
Fist fight, yeah.
I think yes.
It's great. It's on.
I feel like he's a bit.
Would
you know
be.
the kind of people sometimes you expect to be good at sports,
Yeah.
but are like, is he all right?
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, I think
He's
it's
that
George.
kind of guy.
You
Yeah.
can drive a car well, like fair play, but I feel like you know, give him a cricket bat or I don't know.
Golf.
So yeah,
Club.
and you're like, stick to driving, mate. You know, that kind of vibe.
Did you take Alex in a fight?
He's along the same lines as George, so yes.
Wow. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Lando is tough nut. He's a tough nut. Final question. Are you going to be world champion one day?
Yes.
Love that. With McLaren?
Yes.
That's a
Oh,
pretty
that's a
good
bit of
way
hesitation
to
there,
end.
but-
I think that's some of our best work, Russ. You know what? You've been magnificent.
I
Very
appreciate
good.
it.
Thanks, Lando. Thanks for being good sport. High
appreciate
five.
it. Uh-huh.
Say thanks to Russ.
Thanks, Russ.
I believe if you are doing something like competing, like motor racing, you either do well or forget it.
This year marks 30 years since we lost the great Ayrton Senna, a man revered by fans and drivers alike worldwide. But what does the Senna name mean to a generation of drivers who, like myself, were not yet alive to see him race?
Wow. Beautiful.
How incredible is this?
This is absolutely incredible. Like I'm so stoked about like being here and having the chance to we get the chance to drive this beautiful piece of machinery and engineering.
This was Senna's debut car in Formula One and also the car that he scored his first points ever. So we'll be getting to drive a piece of history.
I'm a big Ayrton Senna fan since I'm a child and got very inspired by his story. Ayrton, even though I'm from a different generation, we just kind of remember this very unique champion and legend of our sport, and that's why I came up with that very special helmet design for Imola.
So, how does it feel in there? Comfortable?
It does actually feel quite comfortable, but yeah, very, very special. I mean, just the gear lever, H gearbox.
Well, we weren't there at the time to see this car go racing, but I did bring along a friend with me who not only was there to see this car race, but who stayed around for that whole period and actually lined up behind this car's debut race. Martin!
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good to see you.
Thank you for joining us.
Welcome to the 1980s, 12 years before you were born. Have you ever changed gear with an H-pattern gearbox in a race car?
I'm not gonna lie, it's the first time.
You ready to set the track on fire?
Ready to rip the tarmac. What a feeling. What a feeling. Absolutely incredible. Wow. Mind blown.
Doing a good job with the gearbox there, Pierre.
Yeah, it's just so emotional to be, able get the chance. So thanks to you guys to get the chance to drive his first ever Formula One car.
He's not hanging around.
He's not wasting any time, is he?
Yeah, he's going for it.
I have no words. I have no words. I just want to get out there and just do laps for the rest of the week.
You're in the great man's car wearing his helmet colours, which I have to say looks pretty iconic and even a little spooky.
Well, thank you for warming the seat up for me. I think it's my turn to have a go, although I'm hoping it's going to look half as decent as what you just did.
Get out there and have fun.
For my first F1 car, I have to say this is a pretty good one. This car is a handful. Still figuring out the gears.
Good work, Gnomes. They look really fast.
I'm not gonna lie, you look really cool in that car.
Thank you very much.
You are on pole position of the 2024 British Grand Prix, Naomi. Box, Naomi. Sneaky extra lap.
Report to the stewards when you arrive back, please.
Well, Pierre, I think we can both agree that As Wednesdays go, this is probably the most amazing one I've had. How was it for you?
Oh, by a long time. I can't remember, like, yeah, such an incredible experience. Yeah, just the emotional feeling of driving Ayrton Senna's first ever Formula One car. So. But you did amazing. I mean, you look great out there.
Thank you. The parts that you could see, I mean, it was a challenge, but an incredibly enjoyable challenge. I mean, the power that this car has, I was really surprised by that.
Awesome.
First ever time in a Formula One car, and what a special one to do it in.
They had to call me, I think they called you twice before you came in the box. So I sneaked an extra lap on my last turn as well. I just like, I'm going to try to just stay out there as long as I can. But it was a unique experience.
All right, I understand you're going to take me around the circuit. Are you any good? Look, it's an opportunity to take me around on a wet track. I should imagine you've been looking forward to this all day, haven't you? Any chance you could take your helmet off? Fernando Alonso, ladies and gentlemen, two-time winner of the Monaco Grand Prix, and it has been raining all day. I mean...
It's not the best day, but, you know,
be nervous?
it's your choice.
It is my choice.
You still have, you know,
I've got
an
insurance.
opportunity. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
That's
let's get in.
good.
Come on. Do you remember Navarro?
Yes.
So is this going to be better or worse?
I think it's going to be horrible.
Really?
As a passenger. Yeah, but, you know.
You take good care, yeah? Just build that way into
I mean, I need to see how the track conditions are.
I don't... Listen, I've got a wife and 2 kids. Oh, baby. I mean, this is a boyhood dream. I think.
Here's dry again. Oh, here is the shadow.
Into Casino Square. Come on, just tell me, is this the most fun to drive in qualifying?
I will not call it fun.
Oh my God.
I think it's quite intense. I think it's intense, high adrenaline. This is the lap that you want to put together. Yeah, I mean, probably until Sunday, I think this is the best weekend of the year. Then Sunday is a little bit story.
Have you ever had round these streets that famous Senna feeling, where you just felt it completely hooked up and you're in the zone?
Yeah, I think we all do, in a way. I think in qualifying, when you get to Q3, I mean, you need to trust the car into a level that you are not doing it in any other circuit.
Oh my God! Right, yeah.
That was a proper corner, the tunnel.
This is the bit that I've been wanting to do forever. The swimming pool section. Oh please, my God! Yes. Don't slip on the beer at Raskas, yeah? Is that one of the key things? Talk us round it as if this is qualifying.
Yeah, braking for one is quite difficult because the tires are not properly in temperature after that lap. That lap is too slow to put the tires up to temperature. So turn one I think is easy to lock up. We see a lot of people going straight in Santa Devot. Yeah, you go up to the casino, 10-3, quite fast over the crest.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, you carry a lot of speed into this 10-3, so it's the highest speed corner of the circuit at around 220 kph. 10-4, and then you go down with that crest that we try to avoid. You know, there is a little bit of people avoiding on the middle of the track. And then from here, 10-5 to turn 8 to the tunnel is the slowest part of the championship, not the Monaco.
Ever.
First gear, short shift to second, take all the curve in 10-7, a little bit straighter steering, and then suddenly you turn to the right without seeing the apex. So it's a little bit of a guess. Then the tunnel on the F1 car is easy flat.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. Downhill. 10-10 and 11 all over the curves.
Right.
Straight line acceleration, and then, as you said before,
swimming pool
area. Quite fast, 4th gear corner, 180 kph, 10-12 tabac, and then flat out 10-13, 14 over the curves. The car is jumping a lot here. And then you carry a lot of speed in 15, very close to the and then the last 2 corners, Raskas. You brake with so much so many G-forces to the left that it's easy to lock up the front left. Then you quickly accelerate and last corner, completely blind.
That is so tight. Whoa! Is that?
You made it.
Are we done? I hope we're not done. It's amazing. That is amazing. Honestly, I'll remember that forever. That was unbelievable. Thank you, mate. Thanks. That's awesome. Yes.
Norris wins the Grand Prix for the first time in his career.
I love you all. I love you all. Thank you so much. We did it!
Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Lando has landed.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone.
I'm shaking already. I'm very nervous. And now I'm going to do something that not many people get to do. Is drive all the way down the boulevards.
Let's raise our glasses of champagne to welcome the winner of the Formula 1 2024 Miami Grand Prix, Lando Norris.
First of all, just a massive thank you. This one, as much as I'm holding it, is for all of you. The journey we've been on together to finally have and my first win is incredible. So thank you very much.
So Lando, we're here and there are all the people at the factory behind you with the celebration caps on. We've got automotive outside. How's that feeling to know you made all these people happy at the weekend?
It's the best feeling in the world, honestly. This is the thing which, like, my biggest motivation for winning is seeing everyone here, everyone outside, just does this to me, you know, makes me smile, makes me happy. So that's my motivation, as much as the trophy is and some other things, like seeing how happy the team is, seeing the team below the podium, sharing it with them. That's the thing that makes me want to do it more and more.
Jensen said there'll be a moment where you're in the quiet on your own at some point, after all the celebrations, the team, the media, everything, where it hits you. Did you have that?
I think I'm still gonna have a proper moment, but I'm not woken up. I didn't wake up until Tuesday morning. That was the first time I slept and woke up. And I just smiled because it was the first time I woke up as a race winner.
I knew it, huh? I knew it when I came into this morning. I said, today is a day full of opportunities. And I nailed it. You nailed it. Thank you so much.
I wish I could just share that feeling and describe it, but it's, it's just, relief. It's just, I've got something off my chest and out the way. And as much as I've kind of been celebrating that now, I'm also looking forward to trying to achieve it many more times.
Zach Brown is going to give fist bumps to 200,000 Formula One fans in Miami tonight, because this could be his and Lando's greatest day at the racetrack ever.
Yeah, it was a long time coming and a lot of blood, sweat and tears, as they say. And 12 months ago, it was all tears. To turn it around, Andrea and the whole team have done an awesome job.
This is a victory we all own. This is a victory that nobody did it for us. This was made possible by the people that are here today. This is a victory that shows what we are capable of. Those who cried on Sunday, please raise your hand. Come on. We have tough people in this team. I've never doubted what I can achieve, and the moments I've had where I've beaten myself up, it's because I know what I'm capable of doing.
He's beaten both Ferraris, both Red Bulls, fair and square.
He's a super popular young man, is Lando Norris.
It gave everybody in the sport a lift. People watching at home, it was kind of like, look, if Max isn't going to win a race, what a popular winner.
You want it to be exciting for people to watch, and I've hated seeing Max win so many races, because you want someone just to challenge him at least. We're going to have more success for sure this year. We're going to have more great moments, but then it's about consistency and delivering every single weekend that we have to also step it up on. So I'm excited. It's going to be a good year. I think we can celebrate plenty more times, but we have to keep working hard.
We love a reunion at Sky F1, don't we, Crofty?
We do.
Therefore, we're having one. In fact, 5 years ago, almost to the day, we stood here with these three. They were fresh out of nappies. They just had
Lando was.
Exactly. They just had their first Grand Prix. 5 years older, any wiser? How do you say?
Definitely not. No.
Are you not?
I am. Actually, George isn't. I would say. You're not wiser.
No, Lando.
I think you've regressed.
Well, it was Alex that did the talking on the racetrack last time. He was the winner. I don't see. Can you remember that?
Yeah, that was it.
Exactly.
That was it.
So there we go. 1 lap qualifying, 5 lap race. Best of luck, lads. Let's go. Round 2.
Let's do it.
Go, 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 go. Let's go, Lando.
1 out lap, 1 time lap, 1 in lap. That's all they've got on the track before the race tonight. Here comes Alex Albon over the start-finish line to start his qualifying lap. Lando ahead of George. Is George trying to pick up a slipstream? Alex Albon already way off into the distance on his qualifying lap. Heavy braking zone now into the left-hander. Little bit unsteady on the rear, but that's beautiful and fast from Alex Albon. Squealing of tyres. Looks like Lando and George are having a race already. But who's on pole? Lando Norris! As George Russell almost wipes out his opponent before the race starts. It's Lando ahead of George, ahead of Alex on the grid.
First,
No, I was first.
second, third, but there was nothing in it. There was nothing in it.
I was first.
He was first.
Alex did a 1:15.
I was first.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Who did that?
You did a
I did a
1:15 and the others were a 1:16, I think.
1:15.6.
Well, this is completely
1:15.0.
crazy. We need a steward's inquiry to this. It's ridiculous. I just checked with race control. Can you confirm, sir, who was first, second, third?
Norris first.
I was right. I did keep an eye. Norris first, then Russell second, then Alex third.
I overtook him.
I know, but yeah.
I overtook him on the funny lap. George, mate.
The timing screen doesn't lie, George. So whilst the arguing
You know
continues
what's
behind
quicker?
me, it was, I can confirm, Lando Norris on pole position. Behind him, George Russell, despite his process stations, he nearly got disqualified there with Alex in third. This is a 5-lap race. It will begin when Crofty announces the immortal words,
Lights out and away we go.
as only he can do.
And it's lights out and away they've gone.
Oh, I got no power. This is a joke. I got you, Alex. Oh, that is beautiful.
Lando might have jumped the start, but he ends lap 1 in 3rd place. Alex leads George, leads Lando, totally ignoring track limits. Alex Albon goes into the left-hander in the lead, comes out in last. This has been an excellent lap for George Russell. Look at his lead as he crosses the line.
I got a shocking engine in the back of mine.
Halfway through the race, and George Russell's got this totally in control. Once again, ignoring track limits. They'll be in Saudi Arabia if they go any wider. But he's not catching George Russell, who's flying out in front.
It's lonely at the back.
1 more lap to go. Who can stop the man from Kings Lynn? At the moment, not Alex or Lando. George Russell in the lead, or is he? Lando Norris swoops through on the inside.
FIA did not see that.
George Russell all over the back of Lando Norris. This is going to be a fight right to the line. Alex Albon almost collects the barrier. Oh, and down the inside goes Albon. Oh, Alex Albon goes Jude bashing. There's three of them in a line together. Lando Norris wins from George Russell and Alex Albon. What a last lap that was.
Wow, that was thrilling. What an end. Oh.
Look at his helmet. I won. What was you doing?
You're the winner.
That's a great, you did a great overtake in the last lap.
Thank you so much.
You're now all established drivers. Can you believe it?
I mean, I still feel like the same guy I did 5 years ago, and I think, you know, the relationship the three of us have and the relationship with the other drivers, I mean, I'm 26 now, but I don't feel 26. I still feel like a young kid in Formula One and still got a long way to go, but it's crazy to think this is our 6th season together.
Do you feel, though, more pressure when you come to a racetrack as established Formula One drivers?
Different. The first year was way more nerve-wracking. Yeah. First year was a lot more nerve-wracking, but I think there's a different pressure now that we are, well, I would say, apart from George, the more established drivers in the pairing of teammates. So you feel like just that bit more responsibility of you're there to deliver for the whole team. It just feels like another day at work, but it's called, you know, the fact you can't, like, I would never call it a job because it's something I've always loved to do, you know.
If one of you are world champion in the next 5 years, you won't be too big for your boots to come back and see me and Crofty do it all again, yeah?
We'll always be here.
Yeah, keep it real.
Lovely.
Keep it real.
Best luck for the season.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
guys.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Damon Hill only has to keep going to be world champion of 1994, but can he keep going?
30 years ago, I arrived in Adelaide after one of the most dramatic, controversial and tragic Formula One seasons with a chance to become world champion. This is the story of the 1994 Australian Grand Prix.
In only my second full season of Formula One, I had been thrust into the role of team leader at the Williams Formula One team after the harrowing death of my teammate Ayrton Senna. From that moment, the championship became a battle between myself and the young German Benetton driver, Michael Schumacher, both with the opportunity to become world champion for the first time. I had arrived in Adelaide on a high. Only 4 days earlier, I had won the Japanese Grand Prix in a thrilling duel with Michael in torrential rain.
3.36 seconds! Damon Hill wins the Japanese Grand Prix!
In so doing, I cut Michael's lead to a single point with just one round left.
So now the showdown for 1994, the championship decider.
World champion for tomorrow, Schumacher or Hill?
Oh, Schumacher. No worries. Damon Hill, I think, personally.
Schumacher.
I'd say Damon Hill. Schumacher.
If you win on Sunday, you'll be a new king of Germany, the first one.
We talk about this on Sunday evening.
Michael and you, do you have contact here in between the days, talk to each other, or you prefer to stay separate?
I haven't seen Michael, no, but I'm sure we'll bump into each other somewhere.
So the tension must have been getting to Michael. He had a bit of a crash on the Friday, going through the Senna chicanes.
Oh!
In those days, qualifying was over 2 days, and Nigel was the fastest on the Friday, ahead of Michael and myself. On Saturday, the heavens opened, so there was no way to improve our times, meaning I would be starting one place behind Michael for the race.
And in some 2 hours' time, there'll be a new world champion.
Sitting on the grid, the tension was obviously very high. I was directly behind Nigel Mansell, but all my attention was on Michael Schumacher. Beat him, and I'd become Formula One world champion.
Australia is go! Mansell slides away, where Windhacken and Damon Hill on the left. Schumacher leads. Schumacher leads at the first corner. Damon Hill has gone ahead of Nigel Mansell.
At the start, Nigel got too much wheel spin, and in a flash, Michael and I were straight past him and immediately at it, setting fastest lap after fastest laps apiece, and we both pulled away from the field. This was going to be an intense private battle for glory between us. At times, I was a mere foot from his tail, and I was telling myself this was Suzuka all over again. By now, we were already lapping cars, even though it was only quarter distance, and on lap 22, I was balked trying to get past a pair of back markers, and Michael eked out a small gap of a couple of seconds.
With Adelaide being a street circuit full of left and right-hand corners, occasionally Michael would disappear out of view. And so it happened on lap 36. after I'd taken a second out of his lead, and he cracked under pressure.
Schumacher's off. Schumacher's lost time. Hill goes by.
Michael had hit the wall and damaged his car, but crucially, I hadn't seen it. So when I came round the corner, all I saw was Michael rejoining the track. This was my opportunity. I had to take it.
Oh, out goes Schumacher. The German is out of the Australian Grand Prix.
Michael was out on the spot, but as I continued, I could see my left front suspension was damaged. As Patrick Head tried to bend the suspension